Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Hopefully we all are doing well in body and mind, especially given the past basically 7 days, almost 7 days. Welcome on in, Shop Korok. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Where was I? Yeah, it's been a turbulent week, everybody. I tell you what. I'm glad to hear you're well. Truly. Before I begin, I'm going to take just a moment to thank our wonderful contributors. It indeed has been a while, like what, not even, or maybe about four and a half months. No, a little bit, no, less than that. Maybe like two and a half, something like that. But how have you been, if and you don't mind my asking? While that conversation is cooking, let's play the camera mini game and thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. I would like to thank Grunge Monkey and Ball Shack for their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits of those subscription packages. I'll explain more tidbits after. And I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the player. I feel like that's not quite the right shade of purple. I'll get that corrected for the next stream. But thank you to Mr. Rasby the player for their membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership, good sir. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, all you have to do is, well, be generous with your money via a Twitch subscription, Patreon, or Coffee membership, or one-time donation on the Twitch, or not Twitch, I'm sorry, the Coffee or other similar platforms. And in particular, if you've either purchased a 6-month or longer subscription package, or you've maintained a membership package on a different platform for 6 months, I will italicize and purple the text, among other things, as a way to show off people who have been particularly generous with their money, among other things. It's the least I can do for people sticking by me as I continue to have scheduling and like health issues together. Let me catch up on chat here, and while that's happening, we can reset some things, which definitely needed to happen yesterday, or basically on Thursday. Let's reset that. Shop Korok says they're ready to reveal secrets. You're actually Japanese, and have always been here in Japan. Well, it's nice to meet a Japanese national, as it were. I'm gonna trust things in your slice of the earth have been going well enough. English is your second language, I see. And it's nighttime for you. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you're practically on the opposite side of the world from me, more or less. Well, I trust that at least the night is peaceful. I'm trying to think. My dad's had tours in Korea, not Japan, but I know when he was traveling or stationed over that way, the nights in Korea were very wonderful. Shop Quark says I'll follow you on Twitch. Do that only if you want to. You do get some perks for that, including like follower emotes and other stuff. But you know, I say this as advice to everybody. You should probably have an ad blocker ready, because Twitch likes to air lots of ads, and I don't think it's right that people spend money to mitigate a bad experience. I would rather people spend money because they want the extra perks more than anything. So, for the time being, you've been working on a video game? Sorry, that I'm not laughing at that. That's awesome. That's awesome. I am also working on one. I am in the planning stage, so I'm like workshopping what the game is going to be, which I've already have that figured out, but I've been workshopping some stuff about the concept or the idea. I've been getting a lot of organization together, so it's ironic that you say that, because I just started 15 days ago. Shop Korok says I've been working on a video game. Yeah, I already read that. I have Twitch Turbo, so I'm fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, then I at least get the ad revenue off of that. You're in the art part. Oh, that means you're close. Or you have to be close. Because most people don't do the art until like the end of game development, right? When all the core features have been like set in, because animations and artwork and music are very hard to change like midway through. It's been a secret for 6 years. Well, I you know, share if you want to, but otherwise I'm totally fine if you keep things a secret. You know, game like when people are aware that you're making something, the tendency is to put a lot of pressure on you, or a lot of pressure on like the developer in general. So I don't want to ask for details, especially because I am also kind of guarded about the stuff I'm working on, for the purposes of like not establishing timetables, not having to deal with pressure, that kind of thing. It's in the Hollow Knight universe. Nice, nice. I take it you've, you know, double checked copyright or other things of that nature. That's totally fine. I'm lucky to have even received that tidbit of information. That'll be interesting to say the least. Here's to hoping that Team Cherry decides to not raise a stink, or, you know, et cetera, about that. Oh, no doubt. The story is interesting, I'll bet. I look forward to it when the time comes. Now, let me give, I'm going to give us a little bit of an overview as to what happened last time. So, last time, you know, a week ago, we wrapped up the Ronnie quest line, finally. We put the ring on her finger and became her consort. So we have the option to become her Elden Lord, and we'll usher in, you know, the age of the stars. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I keep those sound free and anonymous, or relatively anonymous. Thank you for redeeming the check-in. That way Twitch knows you're a real human being and not a bot. That's what all the check-ins are for, is to make sure to get naughty. Yes, I have tons of channel point alerts. Feel free to click around on any and or all of them. They're all color coded. The ones on black, The ones color-coded black, there we go, are bog standard Twitch rewards. The ones in blue are check-ins. The ones in pink are random soundboard or like sound alerts that are pressed for fun. And the ones that are color-coded purple do something, either an AMA type thing, or have me drink, have me put on a cap, and so on. But color coding is to make it easy to know what kinds of alerts do what, hopefully. Yeah, it's a nice PFP. It is. I can kind of tell a little bit more that the PFP is a Korok and not I kind of had to squint to see it on the YouTube profile. A lot of like reds and browns on top of each other made that hard. Yeah, that's a pretty nice PFP. Other than that, I don't really think much has changed. We kind of just ended it off by getting a quick kill, or relatively quick kill, on Electo, Black Knife ringleader, and so now we're going to be wrapping up this section of this section of Liurnia, and then we will finally head inward into like the Lanedale area for like a short season, and then after that we'll probably be headed over to Mount Gelmir. Nice emotes. Yeah, feel free to use any and all of those. Greetings, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. It's been quite some time. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. How has your week been? Yeah, the dittos are very colorful. Yeah, like they're at a rave party. Mr. Jason says, indeed, but as always, worth the wait, good sir. Thank you very much. Let's begin cracking some cold rune pieces, shall we? Oh, got some stories. I guess I can start by, sharing stories of what happened over our, 1 week apart, basically. So, for those that weren't in the know, Thursday of last week, welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I was just getting ready to go into story time, but how has your week been? I guess I should first start by apologizing for yesterday and Monday. I'm hearing something, and I don't know what that is. I think I woke a dragon is what's going on. Yeah, I woke up, let's see, for Monday, my sleep had not quite fully recovered. I basically just zonked. Like I knew I wasn't gonna make it into the stream, so I opted to try to go for Tuesday. And then Tuesday, I had a really bad instance of nausea. It lasted several hours. By the time I woke up, I realized that it was entirely too late. And I guess I should have said something. I'm just in the headspace of, if it keeps happening, then what's the point in saying something? What's causing the nausea? Sharp Korok says I have to go because I want to sleep. No worries. Thank you for stopping by and acquiring your free follower benefits. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself, Shop Korok. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, but, you know, if not, if I don't see you again for whatever reason, please do take care of yourself out there. It's a dangerous world. Grunge asks, what's causing the nausea? Hard to say, honestly. I probably just ate something foul that didn't agree with me. And I think when that struck, actually, yeah, I had coffee on an empty stomach. That kind of just triggered the nausea, which I should not have done. Usually I have food when I'm drinking coffee, or I have it within like an hour or two of eating food, so... Mr. Jason says, you might have had a bad chicken, good sir. They could be quite foul. Indeed. I'm trying to remember where the Onyx Lord is. I think he's either up here, over there, or over here somewhere. I guess, you know, update the splits as needed. Yeah, I'm not sure what caused the nausea. I knew that I was just knocked all the way out by it. Normally, I say something when that's going on. But I couldn't even get up. Yeah, this is not supposedly a recurring thing, no. Otherwise, I would just not stream, or I would adjust my schedule accordingly. Yeah, that's usually not a recurrent thing. The only time I could think of where nausea like that would eat like a guarantee that there's nausea is if I have a bunch of tomato. Like if I don't respect my food allergies or food intolerances, yeah, I get nauseated. So I try to limit my consumption of stuff. Let me catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is loving his Nintendo Switch OLED model Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Edition. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Then you go on to say, did Mr. Jason tell you about the wonderful bundle that Mr. Jason found, good sir? I do not remember. I don't remember if you did or didn't. I'll know if you decide to share more. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember if you said something or not either. So I guess that works out for both of us. Really? Come on now. Nice deflect, although that did not last very long. So, yeah, that was the story with Monday or Tuesday. It was pretty nondescript. As for Thursday through Sunday, you know, Thursday of last week going up until this Sunday, you know, I was at a client job. That was 4 days of torture for my sleep schedule. I basically have to be out checking every couple of hours for mail order packages. The clients that I have get a lot of mail order packaging. So unless it's Sunday, there are packages that can arrive anywhere from 8 or 10 in the morning until like 6 o'clock at night. And sometimes there's even mail that arrives like overnight and it ends up sitting in the mailbox. So I kind of have to like really, really pay attention just in case, because that is new. Yeah, so that was just hell. Grunge asks, what time do I normally sleep? It kind of depends. Some days I sleep until 6. Or I'm sorry, that's bad. Let me try that again. Sometimes I'll start sleeping at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Most of the time, I try to be in bed by like 10 p.m. so that I could wake up at 6 or 8 the next day for streams. On weekends, I sleep in, that kind of thing. Please tell me that. Okay, cool. The soundboard is working normally. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. I hope you enjoy your stay. How has your week been?
Sex.
How has the past 7 days been for you? If and you don't mind my asking. What are these quotes? You can only get good at chess if you love the game. GM Bobby Fischer. I hate chess, I hate chess, I hate chess. World champion Bobby Fischer. Not sure what to make of that other than nice quotes. I'm sure those are being brought up for a reason. And thank you for the check-in, Mr. Shiny. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, in this bundle on eBay, Mr. Jason got a bundle for 233.76 pounds delivered, which consists of a 319.99 pound Nintendo Switch OLED model, a Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition, 59.99 pound Nintendo Switch Pro controller, a 39.99 pound Orsley virtual reality headset for Nintendo Switch OLED, and a 16.99 pound Nintendo Switch OLED model carrying case and screen protector, and all of that when new would have cost 436 pounds and 96 pence. Incredible. Yeah, that's pretty good value. I'm glad that you're pleased with that bundle, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, a bit of historical humor to make the day better. I appreciate that. I hate chess. Mr. Jason says, I'm very good at finding value. I'll bet. I'll bet, good sir. And thank you. To go back and make sure I've fully answered your question, Grunge, I try to be in bed no later than 10 p.m., Eastern Standard Time, for myself, because I stream at, 11 in the morning, and I go for 6 hours, so I can't do what I used to do. I cannot, sleep. I can't burn my wick at both ends. I need to be in bed at a reasonable time. Most of the time, I make it there. Sometimes, okay, I was about to say, please don't let these be Royal Revenants, but they are not Royal Revenants. Thank goodness. There is a Royal Revenant around here. Mr. Jason says glaze maxing. Is that going to be a new part of the lexicon, glaze maxing? We had looks maxing and now we got glaze maxing. Oh my god, That feels like such an online word, but I know better. Mr. Shiny says, also my week had some ups and downs. It would take a while to describe it all. No worries, and no pressure to describe it or not. That is totally up to you, good sir. My week was kind of all over the place too. I'm making a good story time of it. Let's see. What else? I've worked on my game some more. I've worked on conceptualizing it. Let me do this real quick. I've been going back and learning a lot of useful extensions for Godot. I've taken a lot of notes. And in particular, I've been trying to hone in on the math, like common useful equations for what I'm doing, because what I'm doing involves math. Grunge says, my days of going to bed after midnight ended a few years ago. Fair. Unless I just want to feel like hell the next day. Same. Because I will just wake up again by 8 a.m. and not be able to sleep again no matter what time I go to bed. Yeah, sometimes if I sleep too early, like at the 6 p.m. mark, then I am... You know, I wake up at 10 p.m. at night and I can't go back to bed. So in general, I try not to do that. If I go to bed around 10 p.m. or midnight at the absolute latest, I could still wake up at a reasonable time, feel, you know, like shower, trim if I need to trim, get breakfast, that kind of thing. Mr. Shiny says notes maxing. I assume that was supposed to be notes maxing. If it wasn't, oh, heck nabbit. I have back, God. Yeah, you just don't want to be near these things, like, at all. Yeah, they'll just spawn. I'm hoping you guys kind of nabbit. I'm hoping you guys sort of see why I don't like fighting them. They have all kinds of body spasms. They're very unfun to fight, and this is without using deflex. Okay. There we go. Got him. And also, we probably want to be wearing this. Yeah, I've been taking a lot of notes. I've got some, like, prototype, what would be considered graphic user elements, like what I want the pages to look like. Another one? Oh, no, not another one. Thank goodness. Okay. Run. Definitely don't stay there. Okay, where's Lutel at? They're around here somewhere and I can't find them. Oh, this one has decided to get on a horse. Nice. These guys are abject chaos, by the way. All right, all right. You win. You win. Let's just not even attempt to deal with that. There we go. Annoying. Annoying. Absolutely annoying. And this place has like a lot of the ruins that we're going to be finding later in the game are, they're either vertically expansive like the ones in the consecrated snowfield, or you know, it's going to be ones like these that are just kind of, you know, sprawling masses of, you know, stone buildings. Trying to think if there were any other like major happenings. You know, not really, at least not in my personal life. Mr. Jason says, if I spoiled what's inside these, that really ruins the experience, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true. Oops, let's not do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely more. Yeah, these are just huge sprawling things. I totally expect a Royal Revenant to be here. Like right in this general area. Huh. I guess not. I'll take it. Yeah, I guess actually when I think about it, there wasn't all that incredibly much going on, you know, when I wasn't like taking care of pets, or anything of that nature. You know, I was either watching tutorials for Godot, looking at other game engines. All right, get ready. There we go. Got him. Trying to, you know, make good use of my time, right? And not just take naps every few hours or clean the same countertops over and over again. Mr. Jason says, before I went live, good sir, Staremu was streaming a sponsor game today called Alpha Nomos. It's an interesting game. Oh, what's it about? If and you don't mind my asking. Hello. I don't even know what I know this isn't like contained to the ruins. This is something else. Never mind. This does unlock a seal. All right, and I believe this was back up at the top of the hill. So I guess we're gonna find out if there's a boss here or not. Yeah, in general, I you know, I try not to burn my wick at both ends. Going back to the other statement for a minute. And especially now more than ever, if I'm like working on game development stuff, I can't do that while you know, I can't do that while fatigued. The ideas I tend to come up with are pretty terrible when I'm sleep deprived. All right, so is there a fog gate down here? I don't think so. Cool. Mr. Jason says it has something to do with tempo and beats, kind of like Crypt of the Necrodancer, but you're not trapped on tiles. Oh, so it's not like a shapes and beats type of game. It's It's more of a grid square rhythm game like Crypt. Okay. Alpha Nomos. I might have to check out the VOD so I could get a better grasp of a better grasp of the game. Yeah, but not grids and squares. Yeah, I was just stating the example of those games operating on grids and squares or tiles, as you were saying earlier. Okay, I believe we are done with that split. Now to determine if there's something else we got to keep our eyes peeled for. Really got to keep your eyes peeled, because this is not a place that's easy to get to. Well, what was the was Alpha Nomos like a, since this was a sponsor game, 50% of the time it's like a demo or like an alpha or a beta. Was that what Surimu was dealing with? Was like a game in beta or like early access development, something like that? Just curious. And if you don't remember, that is also perfectly fine. It was a demo. So that, yeah, that lines up with the Steam sales. Yeah, there have been Steam has like a huge oh, hello. I would have done this before, or I'm sorry, it would have been after Blythe. So let me go back up a few splits here. Okay, this is the correct one. Put that one there. Yeah, Steam was advertising a lot of demos. I think I can even find like specifically what sort of demos. Yeah, Next Fest. There are a lot of demos starting now and going until the 22nd. So that will be 5 days from now. So if you guys are looking to keep up with game demos and stuff, you should probably do that. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, since buying that console bundle, Mr. Jason now has a Nintendo Switch, Switch Lite, Switch version 2, Switch, Nintendo Switch OLED model, Nintendo Switch OLED model, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition, a Nintendo Switch 2, notably different from V2, Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition, and a Nintendo Switch OLED model, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. If you don't have a hutch or like a curio cabinet for this type of stuff, you know, I feel like you should get one. like a glass hutch to put some of this stuff in. First, let me just drink. Drink. Nice. I timed that wrong. But that kind of ended up not mattering in the end. Yeah, that's a lot of switches. I would put that stuff in a curio cabinet because that's just the kind of person I am. Like if I had a house and not just an office and a bedroom, that's exactly what I would be doing. Is I would be putting that stuff in a curio cabinet to show off to the people I invite in my house. And only the people that I invite in my house. And I would probably have it in a room that I could lock up. either with a biometric lock or you know, a lock with a spring-loaded trap installed. Because I know that people like to steal Switches. People like to steal game consoles. People will like stab and kill for trading cards. There have been a couple of cases recently where people have killed over the value of a single Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh trading card. It's the cases I read were wild. What's up, Mr. Jason? What about stealing, good sir? Oh, I didn't even mention what the goal today was. Oops, I promise I'm professional. My goal today is to at least finish, I would say, based on this list, either Gnarl, Dismounted Tree Sentinel, or one of the nearby Death Birds. Something like that. Not far, but you know, even though the number of splits is quite low, we've already added 2 just in our short time together, and more importantly, that's a huge amount of distance to travel. Mr. Jason says in the UK, some stores have put up cardboard cutouts of police officers to deter people from stealing. I see. Yeah. And then what do some people do, good sir? Steal the cutouts. Yeah, because as it turns out, you know, showing that you could steal the cutout kind of shows that the deterrent was non-existent. That's very much I don't know. I guess it's just very sad more than anything now that I think on it. Then again, you know, we have something similar here. Well, not similar. We have anti-theft measures as well here in the US. Typically, if there are things that we don't want people things that we don't want people to touch, and we, you know, it has to be supervised. Typically, we'll put the items inside plexiglass. Okay, yeah, cool. And if I can just get the jump, that would be fine. Really? How? I'll take it. And then I need to kind of like watch my back, because there probably are more than that one guy. I saw another one already, but there's definitely at least one more back here. I don't think we've resorted to cutouts, but usually our security is deadlier than that. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna go away. Look somewhere else. Thank you. There we go. All right. Thank goodness. Is there another one? Yes. I wonder if killing this last one summons something. Otherwise, you know, what was the point of coming back here other than maybe for the spirit tortoise? like the spirit or mirage beasts from like the rise that's over here, which is what that is. I don't know. Maybe people wouldn't steal if they could afford to eat. If they, didn't feel like they were starving, like they couldn't survive. I feel that's what a lot of people would say these days if they were stealing, right? I mean, it's the reason I hear all the time, which, what do? Do you punish people for stealing because they broke the law? Or do you apply some leniency and say, okay, we can't let you get away with theft, but instead of putting you in prison or in jail, here are some community service hours, report in to, report into whatever community service or whatever business or organization that we work with or whatever, and sign up and do your hours, that kind of thing. I would opt for the community service route a lot more than what happens in today's America, where a lot of, you'd be surprised at the amount of penal labor that we use in order to cheapen the cost of goods. And if we didn't do that, right? I also need to mind the fact that there is a snake snail. Nice. Now, by all means, continue. Where is the snake snail at? There it is. I will be able to appropriately look at that statement in a second. I did not mean to do that. There we go. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason was interested in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I have that. It's a really good game. And the original was great as well, although I never got to play the original. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. I have the original. I do not have the Switch 2 version. The original plus the Torna DLC is excellent. And Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. I have the Nintendo Switch version, not the 2 edition. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is good too. All the Xenoblade Chronicles games are great, even X. But Mr. Jason saw that it has the same terrible AI upscaling that made Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition Nintendo Switch 2 Edition look so bad. So Mr. Jason is skipping those games. That's fair. I mean, the originals are great. And, at least the Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition looks great. If that's AI upscaling, that's the least concerning, like, AI upscaling I've ever seen. it looks so crisp. And this was before AI like was being used, you know, en masse. I guess maybe I didn't even really notice because it looked so similar to when I was watching Chugga Conroy play through the originals. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. I greatly appreciate the company. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour as a way to swat away that pre-roll. No one likes pre-roll ads. Promise if you're on Twitch. So it's like the best of all worlds that I operate things this way. Nice. So in about 4-ish minutes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that'll read for 3 minutes. That's how many minutes of ads are served up, as well as you know, how long the ad break lasts. I highly encourage people to take a break during that time. It'll make the break pass by faster, and you don't have to look at ads. You know, I'm going to be doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm not going to have room to do that. That's fine. I'm going to be doing the same thing. You know, I try to encourage us to take a break together. Because I know no one likes ads, but I am no one's boss. Spend your time however you wish. When that time is over, you know, the ads should be finished. I should be back at my desk, and we will pick right back up where we left off. Promise. I may be a little late coming back from this particular break, because I need to do something in the house real quick. I hopefully should be done with it in 3 minutes, but if not, I maybe an extra 2 minutes will be required. Just kind of like guessing at the nature of the thing, at the nature of how long it'll take. But I just gotta open some documents and forward them to the right people. That's all. I hear some... Oh, that's a dragon up there. Mr. Jason says, with the recently announced Xenoblade Genesis, good sir, Mr. Jason is waiting for the UK version called Xenoblade Mega Drive. I have not heard of Xenoblade... I think I maybe heard of the name Xenoblade Genesis once yesterday, but I didn't even really register the name. So I thought maybe, you know, Monolith Soft would still be riding the coattails of success for Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but you know, hey, I hope the new game, you know, continues on the same great deliverable formula as all the rest. You know, Xenoblade Chronicles was like the start of the reinvigoration of said formula. And I feel like the series really kind of came into its own, if not during, you know, 1, right? It definitely came into its own during 2. I played and beat 2 on this channel, by the way. I have some old clips of when I was in very late game in 2. It was great. I had like a post-stream review and everything. Maybe I should replay it at some point with the new audience. Is there a market out there for replays? Mr. Jason says, with Xenoblade Mega Drive, good sir, I was making a pun on what the Sega Genesis was called in the UK. Ah, the Genesis and the Mega Drive. Yeah, you'd think they'd be the same machine, but the Mega Drive and the Genesis do in fact have a different sound chip to my knowledge. But we'll have to pick up on that conversation in but a moment. See everyone then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully I wasn't too terribly late. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much. Welcome back to you as well. I definitely trust that people found something they wanted to do during those 3 minutes. Now let's, get back to what we were doing. Which I'm kind of mapping out the rune pieces ahead of time. Because one thing that we definitely have to do is, you know, make sure we've got the area all figured out for the 3 wise beasts. Mr. Jason says, I eagerly anticipated the return of the good sir. I'm glad that you did. And thank you. Oh man, I'm happy to be back streaming. Truly. I do apologize again for how things turned out Monday and Tuesday. But hey, until July the 3rd, I should be good to go. I think I am going to have another client job out on July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th. I'm not 100% sure about that yet. If I get confirmation, I'll, you know, obviously tell you guys, that kind of thing. But there's a distinctly medium possibility that I will have a client job during that interval. Let me not die. Not only let me not die, but I know there are glintstone dragons all throughout like this ridge area. And I definitely don't want to die to those either. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, well, not valuable monetarily. Mr. Jason has a special Nintendo Switch lanyard and pin badge. When I went to London in early 2017 to trial the Nintendo Switch before it released around the world. Nice. Just kind of do this. I don't see any rune pieces down there, so we should be okay. And somehow Mr. Jason managed to get 4 pin badges and 2 lanyards. 1 pin badge is still sealed and 1 lanyard is still sealed. Nice. More things to add to the curio case, right? Can never have enough of those lying around. Oh, frick. Well, that's not great. Quickly. Okay, got it. Now I just need to not die here. I definitely have to focus during this. I was not expecting a random red wolf of Radigan. But I will definitely respond to those when this is finished. To quickly answer that question, yes. It was previously a field boss but it is also a regular enemy at the same time. Thank you for the GG. Okay, first I need to edit that split. Okay, let me scroll back and make sure I've actually answered some things correctly. Mr. Jason says, does this surprise Mr. Coin by now, good sir? Oh, absolutely not. No, that's par for the course. I hear something. Okay, it's that dragon up there. Cool. And then let's see, this was wasn't he a boss at some point? Has it been demoted to a field boss? So a boss will always have a health bar at the bottom middle of your screen, which I will go ahead and put the pointer in the appropriate spot right here. If you don't see a boss bar around here with 10 segments in it, then it is not a boss. However, if it's got a name, or if it's considered kind of major, then it should still count for split purposes. Mr. Jason says, that reminds me, good sir, in the r/GameStop subreddit, people who quit working at that place at the flare promoted to customer. Ah, the thing you want to be doing at a GameStop. Ah, it's sad. It really didn't have to be that way. Things didn't have to be the way they were in, this timeline, but corporate greed and other world plots were always going to kind of ensure that we have to deal with the ne'er-do-wells and the crazies. I dislike it lots. So being promoted to customer is very funny. It's also kind of sad when you can be promoted to shop like shopper. That's not normally how that works. Okay, here we can probably swap these back. There are all kinds of like random one-off things that are now like field bosses. Okay, and then we should be able to bully. Like that. Yeah, just exactly like that. So the task that I had to go do during the break was done. So now in the next one, I can take a look at Xenoblade Genesis, because I wasn't around during like the Xenogears, Xenosaga era. The original games, which I've heard are, although quite dated, very good for their time. They're very iconic, to say the least. I am a huge Xenoblade fan. The one game I don't have in like the modern era of Xenoblade is, you know, Xenoblade Chronicles X, which I do want the game because the art style and the music was incredibly different and was very worth. Nice duck. Nice dodge. Okay, that was... Okay, cool. I deflected that somehow? Nice. I'll take it. And who knows, maybe if I can ever successfully develop my game and I can get it out there in time, I can actually start making an income for myself, and I can maybe buy some of the things that people have asked me to buy. You know, once I get all my debts settled, you know, that's something I can do, but I gotta do that first. Okay, we can't. Heck nabbit. All right, I guess we're just gonna have to fight each and every one of them on the way up here, because dealing with Crystallians is not typically something you want to be doing. Okay, one of them is definitely a low toss. Nope, definitely don't. Yeah, definitely don't. Don't get hit by that. All right, polearm boy, let's go. I did not mean to do that. Mr. Jason says, in the official r/coinstamp subreddit, Mr. Jason was promoted from wonderful viewer to Mr. Coin's biggest fan. You know, most streamers have an official subreddit, or a lot of them do. Not everyone does, but a lot of them have a subreddit. I mean, heck, Iron Mouse had her own subreddit, and she got locked out of it for Pete's sake, like, which is just nuts to think about. Mr. Jason says it was rumored that Mr. Jason installed himself there. Oh boy. Should I? I guess if I'm gonna make an official subreddit, right, You know, maybe I ought to be careful about the things I say. I kind of use Reddit as like my personal playground, so I'm a little bit more uninhibited in there than I would be in other places. It has definitely gotten me into some hot water. I've never said anything racist or sexist or anything of that nature. It's usually more of the, I can't say this thing out loud. Welcome back, Grunge. I trust the time since last. Wow, I did not word that correctly. I trust your time since the last we spoke has been going smoothly for you. Grunge says, I've never used Reddit my whole life. That's fair. It's better than, well, I shouldn't even say it's better than 4chan. Knowing what I know about it now, I guess it's literally the same, isn't it? Maybe not like exactly the same, right? But it was the place that I started looking for real human information. Because you couldn't really go through 4chan for that. That was always a place for idiots or people that are engaging in culture war stuff. Grunge asks, what do I use it for? Mainly to keep up with like Magic the Gathering custom cards. I'm like a participant in that community. I'm a participant in a couple of LGBT communities that are on Reddit. That kind of thing. And then in terms of other stuff that I use it for, mainly for finding out, oh, has someone been here before? Maybe there's like an account, or I kind of use it instead of Google sometimes, because Google, even with minus AI in the search prompt, right? It's still force feeding AI garble onto us. Ask is doing it. All kinds of search engines are doing it. So unless you're going to go literally Tor browsing, which is to go onto the deep web and find information at a bare minimum, you know, I try to get information from human beings, and Reddit, among other places, is a place where people have conversations about things. I can get perspectives, not just how to wiki or whatever. So I hope I pretty succinctly answered that, but if not, I use it in lieu of Google all the time. And I always cross-reference information from Reddit because people lie. People lie, people cheat, people omit information. You can't take what people say on Reddit or any other site like that at face value. The most you could do is say, here's what people are allegedly or supposedly saying about X on this platform. Same with any social media, really. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, yeah, something happened with Pokemon Go that was a bit spicy. Oh, it wasn't a Gardevoir inflatable pillow, was it? Mr. Jason says, for Sobble Community Day in Pokemon Go on the 4th of July, which this year marks the 250th year of America going independent. Ugh, don't remind me. I jest. Yes, we are 250 years, perhaps weaker than we've ever been, but, you know, I digress. We're still here. A lot of nations have lasted longer. And you know, these might be particularly dark years for us, but if us as Americans do the right thing, we will be around for another 250 years yet. But that's the thing. We have to put in the work. And if we don't do that, well, then we deserve extinction. But I digress. You can get the exclusive move Snipe Shot, which is for Inteleon. Isn't that like Inteleon's signature move, Mr. Jason? Because if that's the case, then I know that move from Scarlet. Yeah, that's. I had to think of the one that's there. Yeah, I know that. I know of that move from Pokemon Scarlet. Okay, Chalona's Rise, which... Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, but Snipe Shot is a bit spicy considering one past American happening on the 4th of July. It's no different than referencing, like, the American Sniper or, you know, the Zodiac Killer or something else. Like... It might be spicy for other people, which is perfectly fine, but I am not the least bit shell-shocked, so to speak, that there are moves based off of techniques with guns.
Sure, Jan.
Pardon the pun. Now, I need to... What do I title this? Maybe something like that. Chalona's 3 Wise Beasts, because that's what we're going to have to do. And Chalona's 3 Wise Beasts require this is probably like the most, absolutely the most wild like hunt ever. There is no other rise that makes you go quite as far to find these 3 Wise Beasts. Seek 3 great Wise Beasts. I know one's like over here, another's like up there, and I forget where the third is. I'm definitely gonna have to like look. And among other things, I'm probably going to be too focused on a client job. Going back to that conversation there, I'm going to be too focused on whatever will be coming up that weekend or during that section of the week to think about that. Plus, as an American, I'm just desensitized to this type of thing. If other people find it spicy, that's totally fine. You know, don't use Inteleon, scoop to matchups with Inteleon in it. Do whatever you gotta do to avoid references to things you're not comfortable with. I think that's totally fine. But there are plenty of Americans that would not think overly much about such things, myself included. We're very desensitized to violence, but conversely, we're very sensitive and snobbish about matters of sex. That's funny. That tortoise was doing weird things. Okay, so one of them was at the tower. I'm gonna hope that one of the next ones is over where I said it was. Make 5 of these and put them in inventory because we got some distances to gallop. Mr. Jason says, quite a step for president. For his first official act, he will work with Mr. Jason and Hotel Chocolat to bring wonderful chocolate to all Americans. I mean, if I were actually president, maybe. That would be like I could see that as like a culture project. But probably my first act as President of the United States would be to properly remove all the bases out of foreign countries, because we don't need to be projecting that power anywhere. We don't. We will work out the particulars of defense contracts with countries that still want to like work with a warmonger like us. To be quite honest, I would probably take the concept of America, take her back out and by her, I mean the country, take her out by the woodshed, and then, you know, promptly put an end to that. Like, I would transform it into some new country, while retaining the old history, because that's fair. That's exactly what I would do, is I would put an end to the warmongering, the military industrial complex, which America is responsible for funneling and funding huge gob tons of it. Even if the 1.5 trillion doesn't get fully approved, I'm almost confident 1.15 trillion will, which is disgusting. And we have zero business spending that much on defense. It's wasteful. Especially if, you know, the way that the drone warfare works. If drone warfare has shown us anything, is that we really don't need $200,000 jets and $50,000 missiles to conduct war. We really need it. We just need a few or several sea-bound carriers with like a drone hub, a couple thousand or several thousand slots for drones. Like, the days of nations needing military bases are, they're diminishing, and they're diminishing quickly. Mr. Jason says, some Americans, good sir, are so arrogant that they called Europeans Europors, good sir. Oh, don't remind me. Yeah, that's scumbag language. That is not good. But Mr. Jason doesn't consider himself European, as we're our own island just because we're geographically within Europe. You might want to pay attention to what Keir Starmer is doing then, because my understanding of what Mr. Starmer or Sir Starmer is doing is trying to reintegrate with the European Union, which, if that happens, you can bet your bottom dollar that the British economy is going to fully sink, because the European Union is going to extract deep concessions for Britain entering and exiting. Kind of similar to how the African Union extracted a lot of concessions out of Morocco when they re-entered the African Union, when they were kicked out over the conflict in the Western Sahara with Mauritania and Niger. Not, is it Niger? Algeria. See, I'm an American, and even I know some geography. I'm willing to bet not too many people could point out the Western Sahara on a map, and the Western Sahara that I'm talking about, that is. Mr. Jason goes on to say, and Mr. Jason isn't one because Mr. Jason's expenditure even makes Americans' jaws drop. I think your expenditure would make almost anyone's jaws drop, maybe with the exception of like other business entrepreneurs who like regularly see expenditures of 5, 6, and 7 digits or more. But that's just my opinion. There's nothing wrong with that or anything. Just, you know, I'm putting what you spend in context of what other people spend. Okay, in the interest of time, let me not drag this out. Oh my God. I'm looking at the last tortoise. I got 2 of the 3. I just can't ever remember the last one. Oh, that's right. Yep. Yep. It's in the air. It's in the air. Which is why there is like a strange jet near where Electo's Everjail is. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I don't know. Does this color everyone's view of me? You know, I love my country, but I love it enough to put it to the pasture, because country is not really all that important. If I am no longer American, I'm still coin. The connections to people that I have forged over the years didn't change because I'm suddenly not American. You know, I'll say the same thing. If Mr. Jason were not a Brit, were not English, right, and he had any other nationality, he would still be Mr. Jason. Now, maybe the kinds of things he'd spend on are different. But he's still the same person underneath. Our nationality is not our identity, is not our personality, none of that. I'm a humanitarian first, more than anything. I care about humans. Now, if we ever had a sentient race of, you know, humanoids, but not necessarily human, you know, maybe I'd have to rethink my stances on things, but there are no other sentient beings out there. There just aren't. Okay, so if I remember correctly, it's like up here. Yeah, it's like up there. Did you guys see it? Mr. Jason says, speaking of the UK, good sir, it has been found that the UK social media ban might be in breach of something that I can't remember. It's probably in breach of, like, civil liberties or something similar. It's the same kind of ban that Australia has, it's the same sort of ban that the UK is looking to pass as the one that Australia has. Their 16s and younger can't access social media, which I have to be honest, on one hand, I think it is good that there is a ban in place. On the other hand, I don't think the government should and this is any government, I don't think the government should necessarily be responsible for that. I think that should be up to, you know, citizens to parent properly. How do I get that? That might be Yeah, how would I get that actually? That's kind of weird. Oh, do I have to look it up again? What's up, Mr. Jason? Do I have to like jump on top of it? Heck, nabbit. Mr. Jason says, if it ever comes to a time where everything requires me to send a photo of my face to access anything, Twitch, Discord, good sir, and I can't see you again, just know that as a friend, I will always love and respect you, good sir. Same with Miss Carly. Of course. Of course. I want people to protect their identity. You know, do whatever you have to do to make that work. Okay, cool. As soon as we extract the memory stone, I think that's everything on the cliff. Yeah, because you had all this, you had that down there. Yeah, I think we're actually good once we collect the stone. All right, let's ride. Mr. Jason says, when I lost access to my Facebook account, good sir, they wanted your ID. I just went Lamau and never opened Facebook up again. Most people, most folks that want to use social media, and they don't want to like show their face or don't want to upload ID, I believe use Mastodon. Shoot, do I have to go kill them again? Okay, no, good. It's great. We can level up then. Yeah, I believe most people are using Mastodon if they want to do that. I have one. Do I use it much? No. Do I need to start using it more? Maybe. Maybe when I get ready to market the game, you know, try to advertise it, I'll think about putting some stuff on Mastodon. Mr. Jason says, prior to 2015, you never had a single social media. That's fair. And 11 years later, good sir, I still have zero need for one now. Yeah, I think we're approaching a point where if you're not part of a group of people that needs social media, you probably, if you're not a content creator or you're not an entrepreneur, you don't need one. The issue is, unfortunately, if you're a content creator and or a business entrepreneur, you do actually need people viewing your stuff in order for there to be like sales on your stuff or views on the content and ad revenue. You kind of need people looking at it, looking at what you post. On the other hand, I kind of think that social media will be the death of the internet and the birth of the intranet. I'll say those words again. I think social media is going to kill the internet, but I think it will give rise to what we will know as the intranet, where maybe perhaps each country or a collection of countries will agree to have like a local space to communicate things. Because I have to be honest, one of the things to come out of the internet is like mass marketing. You can never replace, even if everyone had an intranet, I guarantee that people would still be looking for ways to tap into global markets. Mr. Jason says, but the most important thing, good sir, I hope that this never happens anyway, but I wanted to emphasize that you will always be my best friend, even if I'm am not able to see you again due to forced ID. This is why I always say all the time, I go, I actually,
Your thoughts,
um,
your ambitions.
I actually go out of my way to say, you know, if I don't see you again, then do take care of yourself. There's a reason I say that. It's not just, I'm not adding fluff for no reason. It's, you know, now more than ever, someday someone's going to cut the internet cables. Maybe we as a species are going to collectively say the internet hasn't overall is just not good for us. There are some long-term studies that suggest that interconnectivity on the internet is in general not a good thing. In fact, it is driving the species insane for someone from, I don't know, Somalia to know about stuff going on in Russia. Or it drives people nuts when they know more about what's going on in a country halfway across the world from them compared to the status of their peers and you know, local countrymen. It's not good for them. It's not good for human beings. Yeah, there are some long-term psychological studies that suggest that. I could definitely point folks to a couple if they're interested, but they're pretty interesting pieces. I wouldn't have ever thought that knowledge of the globe or knowledge of like current events across the globe would be seen as not good for your mental health. And I think some of that might be the kind of things that people are experiencing across the globe. Like, it hits different when you're talking about like, oh, the Israel-Gaza or Israel-Iran conflict compared to like, oh, this charity, you know, raised $1 billion, a collective $1 billion US dollars for the purposes of saving animals or clearing out the Pacific garbage patch or something else. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir, but while I can, then I'll glaze you, good sir. Yep, Krispy Kreme Factory. I believe this is a spell, Ronnie's Dark Moon. We can't use it though, which is a shame. But we can, however, get another spell. Mr. Jason says, as I said to Suremu, good sir, if you're deserving of kind words of glaze, then you will get kind words and glaze. Yeah. Damn. I'm too in my feels today. Mr. Jason says, and you are, good sir. Thanks, Mr. Jason. I'm thankful to have met you. I'm not even sure where I would be if I hadn't. Maybe I'd be lying in I'd be in a grave by now, with my folks mourning over me. I kind of have just no idea. So you know, I'm thankful I'm alive rather than dead, because at least while I'm alive, I can try to strive towards something that I find meaning in. Because I've been in some pretty dark places this past 1.5 years. And I'm sure I will venture through the depths of the abyss a couple more times, but it's different when you have someone in your corner. I do not remember where this Onyx Lord is. Oh, I think I know where it is. It's like down here, which is fine. I need to clear something up over here first. And in truth, I probably would have done this at the wood, like after Worm Face, so I should put that there. Mr. Jason says it might be hiding where you least unexpect it. That one was crunchy, Mr. Jason. That was a crunchy joke. Good one, but crunchy. I missed streaming. I'm gonna miss it again when the next client job comes, but it's good to be back. I feel like I shouldn't keep saying that, but I mean, it's the truth. Because it's not good for content creators to continually say that. That means they're spending too much time IRL and not enough time streaming, but c'est la vie. This is where we are. We can't be places where we're not. We can only try to be places where we are. Okay, we do probably need to be extra careful while we're here. I gotta watch out. Yeah, because there's a worm face on the other side. Mr. Jason says, with Suremu, he's playing some Control, and then some Cyberpunk 2077, and then he's moving to The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Ooh, will it be his first time? Or will it be a repeat playthrough for him? Mr. Jason says, yes, his first time for every single game. That is awesome. Well, he'll, is it the original port? I assume you would have said 3D, if you meant the 3D version, but, assuming it's like the OG port, he should enjoy that, assuming he enjoyed, Ocarina of Time, enjoyed it for what it was anyway. Because I have to tell you, between the two games, Majora's Mask is like the better game far and away. Ocarina of Time has like the nostalgia factor. It's like among the first of the polygonal games, as opposed to like sprites and images. But it definitely there's a lot more spaghetti in Ocarina of Time. Mr. Jason says he said that he felt a little bit disappointed that he got through The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time with save states. Oh no. As he heard about me and Link Ganon Killer and how our experience was in the original game without save states, I said, don't worry about that. If Nintendo didn't approve of save states, they wouldn't have added save states. What matters most is that you finished it. Yeah, these are virtual console save states, then, they would have disabled those. Like truly, they would have just disabled those. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Yeah, we gotta find, I think, 4 or 5 phantoms now. They're like rocks with weird patterns on them, basically. They're gonna be like strange disguised objects. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is supporting lots of amazing people. Yes, sir. Absolutely. You're doing good work, good sir. What? All right, random phantoms be phantoming, I guess. I believe the phantoms increase in number as we find more of them. goodness. Sorry, guys. Been a couple of extra days since I last streamed, so I've lost some streaming muscles, I'm afraid. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Welcome to CoinStamp. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that, and for putting up with me, of course. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour as a way to swat away the ads over on Twitch. In about 3 minutes from now, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam. It'll read, 0 minutes, and I'm sorry, it'll read for 3 minutes. And during that time, I honestly recommend that everyone take a stretch break during those. No one likes ads. I certainly don't. But I'll be doing the same thing too, as a matter of fact. I say that to encourage everyone, encourage us all to kind of take a break together, collectively. However, I'm no one's boss. I trust you'll figure out the way you want to word that in a few moments, good sir. Right. I'm no one's boss. Spend the time however you like. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned. The ads should have stopped, and we'll pick right back up where we left off before. Now, how many illusions are we going to find in the time period? I'm sorry, why were they jumping around up there? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is hoping that the rumored The Legend of Zelda themed Nintendo Switch 2 is not real. I will have to wait and see the official pricing of bundles, but oh, that's why it's not you. It's the chat box. 1 second. Yeah, I need to reset something. Yeah, you're good, Mr. Jason. Let's see. Can I wonder when that broke. See, that's probably under here. Anyway, let me read the rest of this. But as of right now, I can at least confirm that I have set aside 560 pounds for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Nice! I will have to read the rest of that when I come back. See everyone then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's catch up on our chats here, and thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason was saying earlier that Mr. Jason is like, honestly, deep down, I hope there isn't a Legend of Zelda Nintendo Switch 2. I don't need a Legend of Zelda Nintendo Switch 2. This is where those repetitions were coming from. That makes a lot of sense. You don't need one. However, I know what you would inevitably conclude is that you would probably want one. Now, the real question that you have to ask yourself, good sir, is do you want it enough to spend? Because if you do, well, then budget, right? If you don't, or you're like, I have other things I want more, then don't spend. You know, save that money for the stuff that you have budgeted for already. Mr. Jason goes on to say, plus a second Nintendo Switch 2, especially for a single game, is a little more difficult to justify. Right, exactly. So like you already have the inbuilt justifications to not spend on like the console, so rely on those. Let those sentiments, you know, bolster your confidence in your decision making, among other things. I try to do the same thing. If and or when I have impulse control issues. Though being poor does help out a lot with impulse control, I have to say. But even when I had money, I would often have to do those exercises anyway. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Jason does still have his Legend of Zelda 25th anniversary Nintendo 3DS, good sir, brand new and sealed. Yes. That's something else you have to contend with, is like being an avid collector of goods, of specifically Nintendo products. Do you continue to do that? Mr. Jason says, instead of saying poor, good sir, may I suggest the term lacking in funds but big in heart? I appreciate that, good sir. I am rich in spirit, which is where you want to be, spiritually speaking. It is easier to fit through the eye of the needle than it is for the rich to enter heaven, is how the scripture goes. But when I said poor, I meant financially poor, right? I don't mean like I'm not experiencing, or I don't think I'm displaying spiritual deficits other than, you know, being consumed by my emotions as human beings oft are, or sometimes are. And those deficits can be overcome. That was so lucky. Mr. Jason says, rich in spirit is morally better than rich in funds. After all, when we pass on, good sir, we can't take our money. Exactly. You want to invest it in people, or in institutions that serve the poor or the needy, because investing in people is good for the future. What causes those enemies to just keel over and die? Not 100% sure. My best guess at that is that there's an internal timer for that, or an internal counter where I kill a certain number and they stop spawning. But I am not 100% comfortable in my answer. I could probably get that to you via like the Elden Ring wiki in a couple of moments, assuming it hasn't changed too much from Reforged. But my best guess is it's either counting the number of kills or it is counting time. Mr. Jason says, maybe they couldn't handle the amazingness that is Mr. Coin. However, when I first found the Coin Stamp channel, I found that I thought I had died and gone to heaven. And even more when I became a moderator, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I do. However, I don't. This build does not exude aura. If you want a build that exudes aura, there are two things in Elden Ring that will do that for you. Number one, are magic builds. Being a sorcerer always exudes a certain level of aura. Always. Some more than others, but all practitioners of the magic of the stars exude some aura when they are just casting their spells. The other one is lightning magic. I'd say holy spells exude their own aura, but only in Reforged. In vanilla, they have a really bad time. Several bosses cut the damage you deal with holy spells by as much as 80%. Which is not great. Luckily, this is capped in Reforged. So, in Reforged, there are 3 schools of magic that exude an aura. But in vanilla, the other like major damage type for spells that I think just exudes an aura all of its own are lightning spells. Because you are either jumping into the air and like slamming down lightning bolts, or you're conjuring lightning from the sky that literally sends people, that literally sends enemies to their death and blights them. And even in Reforged, the aura is better because you can literally, run faster with, the effects of lightning. You can crackle and bristle with power, which is something you can't do in vanilla. But the thing that always has aura are sorceries, and very specifically magic sorceries of both the night and the star variety. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I was pretty happy recently, good sir. I had this dirt mark on my right Joy-Con for my Nintendo Switch OLED model, and while it wasn't a major issue, Mr. Jason was a little bit disappointed because it wasn't pristine anymore, and I didn't want to order another one as the serial numbers wouldn't match. But recently, Mr. Jason just tried scratching lightly at it and it came off. Did it like peel away any of the like Joy-Con rubber or like grips, or did only the dirt come off? Not that you can see, good sir. It looks good. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Then yeah. Sounds like it was just... Oh, I think we actually completed the challenge. So this would have been Mirage Rise. And... I don't think there was a rune piece out in this general direction, but I'm going to search for it anyway. There's got to be at least one that's out here. This place is too good not to hide one. Not to hide a rune piece at. Oh, is that a rune piece up there? Let's see. Oh, that was a... I'm sorry, that was a golden scarab that just disappeared. Okay. Just making sure there are no rams nearby. Let me go ahead and add the split for Mirage Rise. Oh, and I guess I should probably find Worm Face and put it there. Yeah, this would have been it right here. Here, that's Worm Face. Okay, so I guess before I step into step into Lanedell proper, I'm gonna go find a nearby rest site, and we're gonna come back and hopefully spot that. We're gonna spot that golden scarab pretty quickly. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, I'm gonna miss a statement if I'm not careful." Nice. That ram is that sheep is dead. Unfortunate for them. Mr. Jason says, and to be fair, good sir, Mr. Jason used to be very particular about scratches or dings and dents, but then a good friend of mine said, if an item has a scratch or a dent, it may look bad, but it could be a sign of it being loved and played with. That's fair. Yeah. Certain scratches and dents, sure. Mr. Jason goes on to say, Mr. Jason agrees, but still tries to keep things pristine. Yeah, there's like, it's one thing for minor scratches, right? It's something else if you've got like I don't know, the grips are totally coming off. Like it actually affects play or something else. Wow. Huh. How did I miss? Wow, that's a lot of that's a missed area, let me tell you that. Can I like jump down here? I think if I do that, I'm dead. So let me not do that. Instead, let me come back over and try to reset the area that way. Mr. Jason says, for example, good sir, one of my Joy-Cons on the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons has a bit of a dent in it. And my Nintendo Switch OLED model has a bit of a chip in the top of the console. But Mr. Jason isn't keeping it sealed, and so Mr. Jason doesn't mind. Or I am not keeping them in the box. That's fair. Yeah, like if you're actively using a console, I guess so long as you're not, as long as it's not unplayable, then it's not a big deal, in my opinion. Mr. Jason says, and those are the ones I bought from eBay. Then yeah, I'd say you're doing better than most in that regard. My goodness. Sorry, guys. So tired. And we've only just gotten started. I should say, while I'm here, I did look at the weather report. I did not get a chance to look at Xenoblade Genesis because I was looking at the weather report. I do expect a somewhat likely odds of there being a thunderstorm. We may lose power. At around 3 p.m., 3:35 p.m., something like that. No, it's 3 p.m. and there's a 35% chance of thunderstorms in the area, at, you know, as the local probability of like thunderstorm activity is being sampled. Okay, where is this gold scarab? It's like, I know it's around here somewhere. It's like here. Oh, I think I might actually have to like reload the area. Let me step somewhere else. All right, let me go. We do actually have an upgrade we can make, so let's do that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason's personal consoles are considered better, considerably better condition, good sir. My Nintendo Switch OLED model carrying case from 2021 is still nice and white, whereas the one that I got from the eBay bundle is not that white anymore. I mean, hey, if you're getting the consoles off of someone else, you know, there's always a chance that the condition may deteriorate or, you know, otherwise. Oh, hello. Lucent Baldakin's Reliquary. What the heck is this? Sculpted image of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. A faint light leaks through a crack in its fastened doors. Raise in prayer to grant a Baldakin, to gain a Baldakin's blessing. This boon may only be gained while in a safe sanctuary. A parting gift left behind by deathbed companion Fia, from within a lingering sense of her warmth, may yet be felt. Oh, is this the, So this lets us get the version that boosts equip load at the expense of health. I think that's what that one does. Mr. Jason says, with exception to my original Nintendo Switch, where I need to get a new shell, get the LEDs on the Joy-Cons, and I need to replace the battery, I have really nice condition consoles. Yeah, I mean, that, you know, you should pride yourself on that.
Well, I took these no matter.
Not everyone does that. Not everyone keeps their consoles in good condition. Some pretty routinely have to replace them, and sometimes with third-party software or third-party hardware, I might add. How do I not have another 7 yet? I got an 8. I got an 8, but not another 7. How did I skip 7 from 6? Well, I guess maybe not think about it. Mr. Jason says, I'll BRB, good sir. I need to wash some pots and dishes. They'll keep the stream up. No worries. Thank you for doing that. I hope those dishes are washed and the washing proceeds smoothly, good sir.
Greet, are you here for...
Now, let me get... Let's see. So mimic tier, we want to start keeping that up, and maybe Kristoff, and then the rest are kind of like whatever. Mr. Jason says it's best to skip those 2 numbers anyway, good sir. For they make the number that must not be mentioned, the forbidden number. Not the nice number, the forbidden number. They open the dark texts and reveal the scripture, the forbidden scripture underneath forbidden number. maybe someday that number will go back to not being referenced in that way. Maybe someday. But today is not that day, I don't think. Probably won't be that day for a while. Yeah, so there's the Bridge of Iniquity. I need to find that gold scarab. I guess that would be an incant scarab, very specifically. I know I saw it. Mr. Jason says hopefully, but I seriously doubt it with all the kids being brain rotted. The next generation is, you mean they slide book pages instead of flipping a page? Yeah. You know, I will not forget that Sir Starmer did in fact engage with the kids and refer to 6-7 repeatedly, like a couple of times, which the teachers were very nonplussed to see that their prime minister was engaging in brain rot with the kids. Like that was quite an eye-opener for me. Mr. Jason says the only sliding that I have done is into DMs. Yeah. As one does when people are trying to be covert and or, you know, talk to people privately. Yeah. I too slide into DMs on a... Ah! No. There we go. Oh, this wasn't a scarab I saw. This was a... That was one of, the... Merge... The, one of those nobles. One of the wandering nobles. Hold on. This might be under... The treasurer. That's what that was. I thought that was a gold scarab. Never mind. All right. Well, we're good here, and we can start heading into Lanedale proper then. Okay, do I remember how to do this? We'll have more opportunities to like trudge through here and like get rune pieces, but we honestly don't need them all. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I'll get my streaming muscles back just in time to lose them again, I'm sure. And we've also got Super Mario Odyssey this Friday. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so this is definitely one of the things I wanted to check into here. I'm sorry, what? Oh, this one's blighted? And then he got hit really hard right there. There we go. Curse-stricken encampment. Okay. I can add that to the list. I actually think we're making incredible progress today. I am super enthused about the progress we're making here. And then we get the Lanedell set and some Lost Ashes. Great. Right. I always forget this has to be used on horseback. I'm still upset that that's the way that works. I get why there's a shared animation at some point that we've gotta like clone that for PvE. That is ridiculous. PvE is being unfairly punished for PvE suffers because of PvP related shenanigans, as it always is in Dark Souls. So shall it be in Elden Ring. It's kind of stinky that's now a thing that I have to worry about with Reforged. Is what a jerk decided to make things worse for those that don't engage in online play. Nice. There we go. Got him. Okay, who or what else is in combat with us? Ah, I see. Not just one, but two wolves. You may not want to run in there, Sir Wolf, or you might get hurt. Kind of just filling out the, filling out the area. And if we need to adjust something's placement on the map, we can do that. This feels like there's going to be like a jar or a minor Erd tree present. One of those things will be happening. And I was too far away, so the codex did not register the kill. But I think we get another shot at that. I guess not. All right. I guess this is going to be... Do I have to kill it with a melee attack? I probably do. That's kind of stinky. Yeah, I see you over there. There we go. Yeah, just get nice and close, and then there's no reason to be concerned, like, ever. Minor Erdtree Church. Surely nothing bad's gonna happen here. Oh, I guess not. And I thought I was gonna have to track this. I saw that. I was wondering when the capture card was going to crap out. Touch Grace. And then we'll kind of like check around for rune pieces. I expect there to at least be one, probably two around this area, if I'm being quite honest. Yeah, don't even think about it. Huh. There's definitely one up here. Or rather, even if there isn't one up here, right, you know, getting up there will give us good vantage to find more. Oh, yep, just get down. All right, let's try that again with 100% less screw-ups. Okay. Oh, there better not be one up there. Come on. Come on, Kernifer. Please don't do that. Yeah. No, that was gonna happen. Yuck. And if there is a rune piece on that, I can't tell, honestly. But I don't think there is. I think there's one probably in one of these other bits of the building. Like maybe up here. like say inside that church. Inside here, well, this just leads to the outside. Okay. I won't say no. Now, is there a rune piece down here? Yeah, continue staying in that. Okay. So far, so good. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason enjoys a subtle pun, where intentional or not, good sir. But Mr. Jason was watching an unboxing video for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Collector's Edition earlier today, and since it has a black sticker seal, the person said we're literally opening the Seal of Darkness. So they made a reference to Ganondorf. That's nice. Yeah, they're opening the Seal to Demise. I jest. Because Ganondorf and Demise are two different entities.
Sure, Jan.
People have asked over and over and over again whether or not Ganon and Demise are the same entity. They're related. They are related, but they are not the same. If they were, the lore would have needed to refer to the events of Skyward Sword more directly. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. There are 4 known leaders of the Dark Army, good sir. So, let's see. We have Demise, who is considered the originator of the origin point for the Army of Darkness. You had the distant relation of Ganondorf, or Ganon, excuse me. Ganon and Ganondorf are like kind of different entities. No, they're the same one. They're different forms of the same thing. Yeah, so then you have Ganon, Ganondorf. I know of Vati. That's another really common one that's included in like the 2D part of the franchise. Oh, spoiler redacted. Right. Spoiler redacted from The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. And then the all-powerful troll creators who are leading them all from the back. So then, my good sir, where do you place Vati then? You know, the wind sorcerer who attempts to play God. And both the Four Swords Adventures and Four Swords Adventures, Minish Cap, and a few other entries. Where is he in this hierarchy of the forces of darkness? Vati is a wannabe Ganondorf and a mere Goomba of Mr. Jason's army, but magic. What is he, Kamek? I think he's at least a Kamek. If we're gonna be like that, right? He is at least a Kamek, and that he is a loyal servant / minion, and is clearly capable of strategic genius, but like Kamek's hubris often undoes him so too does Vati's hubris undo him. That kind of thing. Mr. Jason says fair. But Kamek would signify rank, so he's just a Magic Koopa. I mean, Magic Koopas are still capable of cunning. I will not tolerate Magic Koopa slander, because if it weren't for Bowser, they would be the best entertainers across the land. I am waiting for a Paper Mario to make a Magic Koopa, like, companion. I know that that is considered the force of darkness, but gotta be careful. Is that one just going somewhere else? Ah, nabbit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload the area. Okay, that is, I'm gonna stop chasing because that clearly does not work. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Magic Koopa partner would be pretty cool. I know, right? It could even transform enemies. I can already predict where some of the companion powers might go. I think that would be fantastic. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, speaking of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Collector's Edition, good sir, Mr. Jason still has 3 of them sealed, no doubt. You did mention that earlier. I think this is where our Onyx Lord, guy is. And maybe we'll get our final, Somber 7 to upgrade our catalyst with. Mr. Jason says this is truly an unexpected place for this lord. Recycled jokes, good sir. They're recycled because they're funny. Pass it till morning just in case. I mean, I'm glad you got 3 of them sealed, good sir. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Mr. Jason is being green on jokes. He is. Get it? Green jokes, green recycling. Party hard. It's supposed to be funny. I hope people laughed. I wear my sunglasses at night is what this guy makes me think of. Oh, they have poison stones. I forgot about these. These are rare. You don't usually see, usually they're sporting backpacks of blue and not green. Green's cool though. I like green. I like green almost as much as I like red. Green's a fun color. Mr. Jason says, whenever I join your streams, good sir, I feel like I need sunglasses for you're so bright. Ah, flattery will get you everywhere, good sir. I usually go everywhere when I'm employing flattery, usually. I heard that. Nice. Let's put this on the one that moves. That was close. Okay, so that chest was clearly a trap. But I have to know, did they bait the trap with something good? Yes, they actually did bait it with something good. All right. You know what? I have some respect for these guys. They did not just treat me like a baron of, you know, detritus, junk, and trash. Nice. Mr. Jason says, most streamers, ooh, shiny. Yeah, indeed. There's a reason why people put coin trails or collectible trails in platformers. It works. Humans do find patterns of, oh, this coin trail takes me somewhere. How about I follow it and see what happens? Not knowing that necessarily, you know, coin trails sometimes lead to despair if people abuse human psychology there. Mr. Jason says, speaking of, ooh, shiny, we appreciate that, good sir, here. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm that shiny, but, you know, someone out there always has a piece of pyrite that is worth and looks prettier than gold by the same number of ounces. Oh, right, I forgot about this. I'm almost positive there are going to be some problems trying to traverse this the normal way. Okay, there's nothing up there. Sorry, like they put roots over some of the spots, so making sure that there's not something hidden behind one of those. There's nothing I can see, except maybe that up there. Mr. Jason says, I was meaning Mr. Shiny that time, good sir. Ah, too true. We also appreciate that, good sir, here. Whenever he stops by for a visit. That is true, good sir. I'm thankful that anyone can stop by, honestly. Oh boy. I pressed it to jump. For my name is not Peanut Butter Gamer, but I sure as hell pressed it to jump. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, when I see a streamer play Dead by Daylight, I can understand why it's such a popular game. Each time that I see someone play, they're always hooked. Too true. Sorry. Like I said, I have definitely lost some of my endurance from streaming. I will get the right amount of nourishment and sleep soon enough. Nice. Okay, can I do it this time? Are we gonna die again? Am I gonna die to removal? No. Okay. Thank goodness. Now. But isn't this just another way to go, I'm sorry, what? Oh, that was close. Okay. All right. I guess there's just nothing to it then. Very well. I mean, I guess I would rather. It's all part of the routing experience. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. I really appreciate the company. It's good to be back, truly. And I'm going to do my best to ensure that the rocky start this week remains contained to this week. And it is just that. Rocky. You know, barring actual real world stuff happening, of course. We do take commercial breaks here, so in about 4.5 minutes from now, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam. It will read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break lasts and how many minutes of ads are served up to people on Twitch. I recommend an ad blocker, of course, if you're going to be on the internet. It's literally recommended by the U.S. government. And if there's something that the U.S. government is well known for, it is its cybersecurity, among other things. Please, consider an ad blocker. But barring that, you can always do the tried and tested, get up and stretch. And step away from the screen for a few minutes, which is what I do when I'm faced with ads. You know, if I don't have a skip button lying around somewhere, I get up and take a break. And so I highly encourage us all to kind of just take one together. That way, the people that want to like spend on subs and stuff can do so because they either like my work or they want the emotes or they want some of the perks, and not because crappy Twitch or other like internet experiences. That's mainly how I try to structure things. That said, I'm no one's arbiter. Spend the time however you want, because once those 3 minutes are up, the ads should have stopped. I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, someone on YouTube created a video of their Nintendo Switch 2 haul where they had spent 430 pounds on the Nintendo Switch 2 and Mario Kart World bundle, and 452 pounds and 90 pence on games and accessories, for a total of 882 pounds and 89 pence. That's certainly a lot of money. At least that one's a business write-off. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason comes along and spends 885 pounds and 91 pence. That beats their purchase total by just 3 pounds and 2 pence. And they bought 10 items and I bought 9. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that that got written under a business expense for the purposes of a video, right? Oh God, spending 885 or 882 pounds. I mean, I'm an avid gamer. I could see myself doing that, but I better be getting a lot for my money. And I do mean a lot for my money. Oh boy. This has got to be a skippable rune piece. There is no shot that you're meant to jump that. Okay, I was about to say, I know there was another one nearby. Nice. Ooh, yuck. Don't like that. Probably gonna have to pause if I don't wish to get hurt during... Oh, I am dead. Never mind. Yeah, I was about to say, why did I get up when the game knew I was dead? Okay, maybe we do a better job of that next time. That's huge oof. I'm gonna wait here before we advance forward again. Well, thank you guys again so much, and I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Just gonna wipe my lenses real quick. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break, you know, finding something to do that we wanted to do or needed to get done and so on. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Likewise to you, good sir. Oh boy. Okay, this is quite a bit of text. Mr. Jason says, Some people just do not seem to bother to check things even the tiniest little bit, it seems. The seller said, quote, I am unable to find the HDMI cable and the instruction booklet. I replied, quote, I do believe the instruction booklet should be underneath the Switch OLED tablet section, but I received my Nintendo Switch OLED model Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition recently, and I opened the box and what was, quote, underneath the Switch OLED tablet section, underneath that tablet section, the instruction booklet. As for the HDMI cable, that was not there, just as the seller said, but its original bag was included, and I know that it was the official bag as it has a blue triangle with a 4 inside of it. So I have purchased a Nintendo Switch OLED model HDMI cable to make it 100% complete in box. But technically it's correct. The best kind of correct. It's just too bad that if you if you look under the mirror, you did have to source the cable. That said, you know, at least you're able to source everything, even if it wasn't necessarily 100% included. Okay, I see you over there. That's way better. Okay. Now I just need to do that for the remainder and, you know, not get caught up in stupid. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, but outside of the HDMI cable, good sir, I managed to get 19 out of 20 items. I mean, as long as the seller was honest, which it sounds like they were at least honest, they attempted to be honest, you know, I don't really have any complaints. It would be worse if they said, you know, everything is in the box, but yet, you know, they knew something was missing. Yeah, that would be manipulative, cheatsy stuff. Mr. Jason says, and I include the bags of items that in that count. Mr. Jason says, for example, did you know that the Nintendo Switch dock comes in a foam bag and a bubble wrap bag? No, I knew about the foam. I did not know about the bubble wrap. Now I know, of course. Yeah, I'm not getting hoodwinked again by multiple people I refuse to get hoodwinked by vulgar militia in their hiding spots. They can take a hike on that one. Bye-bye. Okay. Oh, deep breaths. Deep breath. All right. I hear another... I heard something else. Aha! I'm not letting you mount me again, Mr. Vulgar Militia. We can take a fat pass on that one. Mr. Jason says that was honestly better than expected, though, good sir. I didn't see the original HDMI cable bag in the photos, and then when I opened it in the box, it was there. And of course, Mr. Jason places higher value on the bags, as you can mostly buy the accessory, like the HDMI cable, like you did. Right. So, like, you know, if you have all the components, it's like all the components that are unique to that box, then you're good. Right. Which is always good. Heck, damn it. Nice. Okay. That ended up being pretty easy stuff. How is... How would one get that, though? I mean, you'd have to, like, jump down there or onto that branch. Mr. Jason says, I love having the perfect package. And one such example of a complete package is, drum roll, please. Well, I'm glad that I am part of a complete and balanced package. Thank you, good sir. Truly. Oh no, get up there, get up there, get up there, get up there. Oh, that true nightmare fuel. Peak nightmare. True nightmare body. Absolutely not. Okay. So how would one seriously... Is it like a pixel perfect jump? No. You don't even get close. Okay, so where... Heck, nabbit. Sorry, I'm kind of... I don't mean to be, like, not chatty. I'm just trying to, like... figure out the best path, the best method for doing this. I think what I kind of have to do is I need to clear out the path of enemies first. Mr. Jason says, looks like that enemy is going for a spin. Too true. I'd say so. Yeah, these guys are immune to poison, so I am literally just waiting out their I'm waiting out their behavior up here where it is safe. Okay, let's try to figure this out. So we have a rune piece up there. I fear as though I might have missed whatever this item is. I wish there were a way to forcibly break it as a break these as a player, like that's like super late game. Mr. Jason says 2026 is not overly bad, good sir. Some wonderful streamers who disappeared off the face of the earth are returning, such as the amazing Lazy Apples VT, who I politely scream at when she goes live. I say, apples! I love to see apples. I'm glad you have people that you're excited about, Mr. Jason. You know, especially when they come back. People kind of thought that, you know, Markiplier might not ever return to, like, making content. I feel like I'm gonna die if I do this. No, I didn't die doing this. What? That means this is the intended method, folks. What? I forgot, because I did do this at one point. Oh my god, that's amazing. Wow. Incredible. I hope we can get that item And I did not just muck it up by being a scaredy cat. Yeah, Mr. Jason says they really wanted you to branch out to get that rude piece, eh, Mr. Coin? Yes, they did. And it worked. At least I know that it is not, you know, you don't have to skip it, right? This isn't like the rune piece at, you know, the Scarlet Aeonia or over here around the outside of Castle Morn. Mr. Jason says now you have it. You can make like a tree and leaf. Hardy har har. True. We can make like a tree and leaf. Are you want me to go over the top? Oh no. Oh no, I do not know which way I'm supposed to go. Or I don't remember which way I'm going. What? Wow. I guess that's a dynamic entrance. That's one way to make an entrance. Okay. Got him. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, have I told you that the Nintendo Switch OLED Pokemon Scarlet Violet Edition model dock also shows a border pattern around Koraidon and Miradon when you hold it up to the light?" No, that is new information. That's a nice attention to detail. They definitely did not have to do that. I feel like I'm freaking getting scammed by being in this place. Yeah, if I get hit at low health, I am a dead man. I've already died twice. I wish not to die a third time. Especially to enemies, oh god, that are literally stationary and they're easy to dodge. Holy hell in a handbasket, that was close. Wow, just rough stuff there, buddy. Rough stuff. Okay. Well, that'll get the blood pumping, that's for sure. And people thought that I don't get excited. I have had a couple of people tell me, you know, where's the emotion? I'm like, that's not what I'm known for. It's not that I try to be emotionless. It's that I try to remain calm. Uh-oh. Well, the game was like, nope. Absolutely not. I probably crashed. What the heck was that? What the heck was all that? Mr. Jason says the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition dock was extra special, good sir. It was the first Nintendo Switch dock that wasn't the typical black. And while it is a more sandy white due to it representing the beach in game, it was also white before the Nintendo Switch OLED model's white dock. So I had something cool before it was cool. Oh, I'm offline. I sure hope I'm not gonna get punished for that. That was offline. Okay, I'm gonna drink up. Thankfully, thankfully I just have to repeat this part again. Mr. Jason says, sealed tunnel. Nice. I hope that it leads to a secret tunnel. I mean, we have kind of been actively working to deal in some secrets. I mean, this wall here was solid until we attacked it. And it's been nothing but a descent into deeper and deeper tunnels. So, I mean, secret tunnel, anybody? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Cool. Somber 6. I wish it were a somber 7. Mr. Jason says, cue secret tunnel song. Indeed. Okay, anything else? Anything else? I'm gonna hope that dropping down... Yeah, I was about to say, I was gonna hope that dropping down allowed me the ability... You know what? I do not trust that pile. I see them down there. Absolutely not. That's better. Yeah, if you didn't pay attention to the lighting, you were gonna drop down there and literally have 4 exploding sentry stones explode at about the same time. You would have nowhere to roll, and due to the landing lag, they would kill you right there. Okay, so I have not yet really had to whip this out, other than like during the Red Wolf, because I bumped into that. I bumped into that like all of a sudden, but I will sometimes during boss segments throw up the focus overlay, like what's in front of my webcam right now in the upper right hand corner. Whenever this overlay is present, if someone is a first time chatter, someone from a raid, from a channel raid, or saying hi or bye, I will do my best to try to entertain that. But otherwise, I am not a particularly chatty person when this overlay is up. It's nothing personal, just Elden Ring is hard. Reforged is harder. And doing a challenge run with restrictions on top of that is like supremely difficult. So I have to have my focus for moments like that. And that's a lot of what the challenge run is going to be. So I hope people enjoy the spectacle of the challenge run, because, you know, when the real one starts, I'm going to be chatting a lot less. You know, so if folks wanted to know, you know, why this overlay exists, why I put it up, that's why. Mr. Jason says, PSA. Mr. Jason says, PSA, Mr. Coin has the personality of a wet mop. But that means good, clean fun, especially on Fridays. Too true, Mr. Jason, too true. Hey, at least mops are clean. At least mops are clean, which is more than I can say for, you know, some bits of humor here in the World Wide Web. Mr. Jason says, you've given me a newfound appreciation for mops. You're welcome. You're definitely welcome, good sir. That said, you know, it's time to mop up this boss.
Sure, Jan.
And I will see everyone on the other side of this fight. Nice. Wow. That certainly could have been worse. Thank you for the GGs. I did not mean to pause that. I meant to use the really long spirit severing blade. Oh my god. Yeah, for the love of all of the heavens above, please separate this animation from the PvP counterpart. Wow, yeah, yes, this thing is a counterpart of what it used to be. Sorry. Poking fun at my misspeaking a little bit there. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Coin, I shall get to your executive lounge queries, but I've just been super preoccupied recently. No worries, as have I. On a multitude of different grounds, which you have fairly intimate knowledge of, good sir. And it's not like the busyness is left or anything, but I do sort of feel more in command of the busyness now compared to before. The Divine Tower of West Altus. Nice. Now, maybe we can... Might be possible to get that scarab that's down there. Mr. Jason says that's the difference between Jason and TCC Jason after all. Mr. Jason uses Mr. Coin, and TCC Jason just uses Coin, as the TCC hierarchy only requests honorifics used upward on the ladder. Of course, I guess I just, me personally, I'm the sort of person that uses honorifics kind of no matter who or like what the conversation is. It's just a matter of respect. But, you know, that is a self-applied standard only, and not a standard that I enforce or ask other people to observe. It's like I tend not to cuss often in public. And if I do cuss in public, you know, it's like a pretty severe moment, to be sure. Even among friends. I don't curse lightly. I don't see a need in it. So, I guess a lot of I'm lucky that a lot of my on-camera mannerisms, also I'm thankful that a lot of them translate off camera. Nice. And I know that that particular scarab is coming back. Okay, cool. Got 'em. So now we go back up here and kind of like gallivant around the countryside. I think there is a black blade kindred or a gargoyle, like a mature gargoyle, up the ramp there. Mr. Jason says, speaking of my TCC coin, I'm still very pleased with Blue. He's considerably better than his predecessor. Yeah, generally speaking, we're still trying to get to a point where you don't need to remind them, but he's much better, of course. But you know, at least the effort is consistent, even in a place as quiet as the TCC, right? We are not yet at the point where we have a bot as a greeter, right? If things don't improve, maybe at some point we should consider that. But I think once we get a few things under our belt at the TCC, maybe we won't see like hyper consistent growth, but it should be sight better than it was before. Valiant Gargoyle, okay. Never mind. I should have just taken the L on that. All right. Now I know the Valiant Gargoyle is there. Maybe it's possible. I placed it a little further down the line, but what I don't know is based on the scaling of our spells now, if that is something we could do. If that is something we could do moving forward. Mr. Jason says, and the executive chair doesn't want a bot as a greeter either. I like the personal human welcome by the client reps. Of course, I also prefer that. But I do want to at least remain flexible in my thinking. Finding someone who will willingly elect to just send the same thing on repeat is a hard ask, or it's like a medium ask, I guess is what I should say. It's not a hard ask, it's a medium ask. Because if you have to spit out the same thing ad nauseum, people are going to do a copy paste, and it's not going to be authentic, which is fine. But eventually, after a while, a person brought into that position is going to wonder, why isn't this message on a repeater app or something? These are just some things I'm thinking about. If I were a person that were, if I were a person, Christoph, I need you to face tank, buddy. Yeah, Christoph is great. He like handles this guy like it's nothing. Thank you, Kristoff. Just such a good summon. He's very tanky. I like that about him. Okay. Easy come, easy go. Such is the life of a spirit summoner. Now, we got to check the countryside for rune pieces, because there's a huge amount of like just intractable land. Yeah, just a huge amount of land that it is definitely otherwise missing missing places for major things to be on it. Mr. Jason says, I know that it will sadly likely be sanitized, good sir, but I'm very curious as to what the Redead's Dead Hand and Bongo Bongo will look like in Ocarina of Time. If it's a remake, I imagine some things are getting a redo. Definitely Dead Hand and Redeads. Like, that is too much horror for Zelda titles. Like, oops, sorry, it reintroduced the insectoid Redead, like, and Gibdo here. Yeah, let's also not forget there are Gibdos too. How are those gonna be like done up? Are those gonna be ports? Are new models going to be rendered? Is this like I am kind of curious as to where they're gonna take the remake. You know, this has got to be one of, like, I know Al Numa definitely has to be somewhat involved in this process. So, and if there's anything I know about Al Numa, it is that the man sometimes gets a stubborn hankering for something he wants done his general way in terms of like mechanics, and he is sometimes quite apt to give up on them or to change them. He's quite stubborn. That's the way I've understood it. Mr. Jason says, I never understood the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, good sir. Gibdo, but that is the Nintendo retconning the mummified enemies into bugs. Right. But if this is a remake and this is occurring on a different timeline, right? This is not the Tears of the Kingdom timeline. This is like the actual let's see, Ocarina of Time is supposed to be the part where the hero prevails. Like, it's part of that timeline, I think. So in that instance, like, what it means to be a Gibdo and a Redead are different. And yeah, like Redeads are zombies. They might go here's like an honest answer. This is where I think they could take it. Do you, and you're an avid gamer yourself, Mr. Jason, do you remember playing or maybe having played Super Smash Brothers Melee and there being the trophies with the descriptions? Yeah, so like one of the descriptions is specifically for the Redead that explains them to be modeled after like clay, or they're like magical. They're magically animated with necromancy, is the way I would describe it. That is where I think they might take that interpretation. The Redead might become more. They'd have more of a voodoo doll type aesthetic to them, where like it's very clear that the souls of the dead are being animated in vessels of mud, or magically animated mud. That's just me. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, with The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, Nintendo fixed Fi constantly bothering you as a quality of life update. Yeah, I've heard about that. So that gives me a small hope that Nintendo will fix Gerudo horseback archery. This is just Mr. Jason's pet peeve. I think that one might be a little bit on the back burner. I think if anything, they'd probably fix how annoying Navi can be sometimes. They might make the sounds less obnoxious. Oh, and I guess if we're in the business of talking about the remake, right? One thing that I am curious about as to whether has the Ocarina of Time fan project that attempts to remake it in Unreal Engine 5. I wonder if I wonder if the author for that has been keeping their eye on the remake, because the remake does threaten their work. Or to put another way, maybe perhaps Nintendo may be remaking Ocarina of Time in part not only because remakes make money, and we're in an era of gaming where if you do not make a remake, i.e. safe money, you are not making money for future projects. Sorry. Some other part of that probably has to be, oh, maybe they are aware of the UE5 remake and are maybe trying to preempt the release so that if the mod author releases the UE5, that's Unreal Engine 5 remake, if they release that, they can get in trouble for quote unquote encroaching on the remake. That kind of thing. It would give Nintendo more of an excuse. I think they're two different basis vectors for the remake. And of course, it's probably it makes money and less about some mod authors or some authors' work about doing a remake as a personal project. But we all know how litigious Nintendo is over lots of fan projects. They generally tend to not like them very much. So I don't know. It certainly is interesting discourse. Mr. Jason says this remake seems like it's going to be ambitious and not just a simple one-to-one remake if it is not coming to the Nintendo Switch though. Wait, it's not? What's the remake going to even be for? Oh, okay. I got to whip out my phone here. Nope, just Nintendo's just the Switch 2. Okay, so then I don't need to whip out a phone for that. I could have guessed that one, and I should have guessed that one. Yuck.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. The fingers I served once prophesied a tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of light. Oh, tarnished, Hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you.
My apologies about that, folks. Let's catch up here. I bet that it would be fine, or that it would run fine on the Nintendo Switch, says Mr. Jason. Probably. Yeah, I would, you know, maybe load screens are a thing I would be concerned about, but that's just the limitations of the Switch One. Mr. Jason then goes on to say the Golden Order rests with the troll creators. To retrieve it, you need to finish every single troll level in existence. And some particularly evil ones even have 95 levels. And then you would also need to go back in time and do all of the Super Mario Maker 1 troll castle challenges, all of them, because I'm pretty sure there were 2 seasons of SMM1, not troll castles, but like troll levels, like sets of troll levels. Oh, right, I'm being silly. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason didn't make troll levels in Super Mario Maker. Was it just 2? Oh my goodness, I feel like I should remember this little piece of history. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking on it, the org was founded in like 2022, right? Like the concept of the TCC as a Discord was in 2022, 2023. Yeah, there wouldn't have been any basis for SMM1. 2021. Yeah, there still wouldn't have been a basis for SMM1 because SMM1 was an older game than that. Okay. Sorry, my head is trying to hold a lot these days. Like, for reference, the kinds of things I'm gonna have to relearn and learn them better than I did before are gonna be like how to visualize mathematical rotation. Mr. Jason, are you familiar with complex numbers by any chance? I'm not trying to break your brain. That's just a legitimate question. Because even outside of like the stuff I'm doing, I'm kind of intimately familiar with that part of mathematics, because famously Schrodinger's equations require do require those numbers. Mr. Jason says no, good sir, but I am familiar with Complex David, our first Super World Champion. Too true, good sir. Fair, hearty, har har. I know that probably wasn't a joke, but I'm going to count it as one. Like a tee joke. Complex numbers, more specifically, are a rule where how do you take the square of a negative number? You how do you square a number such that its result is -1? There is no way in mathematics, if you do not have a rule, like a rules case for it, there is no chance of that happening in there's no chance of it happening in the naturals, like at all. And naturals are just a way of referencing positive whole numbers. Complex numbers have an I. I symbolizes the square root of the square of, or I'm sorry, it is the square root of -1. That is I. I squared is -1, and I to the 4th is 1, and it goes back and forth. Or you can cycle through sort of, you can cycle through different definitions of what I is based on what power it is matched up with. For example, I raised to the 3rd power is -I, because again, you cannot take a square of you cannot take a square of -1. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has a personal theory, good sir. Mr. Jason thinks that Hyrule is based in the UK. Oh, I'm gonna love this one. For we have castles and really old things, plus Pokemon Sword and Shield are based in the UK, and have the same Ocarina of Time trees. That's fair. That's fair. I do think that maybe it is based on the Japanese concept of medieval Europe. I don't know about, like, specifically England, or England, Scotland, Ireland, that area, or like Wales, but I could certainly see Ocarina of Time having its basis in, medieval Europe. But then the Sheikah are like a clear throwaway from that. Like, that's clearly to put that to compare it to something else. That would be like saying the universe of Phoenix Wright is America, or it's like loosely based on America, but the Phoenix Wright franchise can be loosely summarized as Japanifornia. It's Japan if it took place in California. Nice. I love missing shots. Quit zipping around, Dragonfly. Yeah, exactly. Japanifornia. Oh, I'm not kidding. People do colloquially refer to the Phoenix Wright like setting as Japanifornia. And like there are other places as well that are not Japanifornia, but anytime that you refer to America, it is very strictly like that section. It would be like if America had Chinatown, like every town was Chinatown. And of course they kind of dropped the pretense after the original trilogy. That's when it became more of a, it's kind of its own setting. You'd have to get into the headspace of the author of the Phoenix Wright series. It's really kind of grown to just be its own thing. Now, if you want to see not exactly an English version, but say either something with a similar basis, but instead of it being like a point-and-click adventure, which is what Phoenix Wright actually is when you get down to it, it's a point-and-click game. If you want something actually based in London, there's the Professor Layton series that has like multiple installments. There's even a Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright crossover that supposedly is a little bit rough to start with. But it's quite good.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to Point Stand. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch,
or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
My apologies about that, folks. And I will have to restructure this. Not the ad, like the ad read / shill. I have to restructure the timing when we get ready to do a real run. Because I cannot be allowed to do what I had to do just now, which was to pause during a fight like that. Because Elden Ring is hard. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. We have a couple of hours left to go. You know, at the top of the hour, in about 2.5 minutes, we'll be taking a commercial break. I highly recommend everyone get up and stretch during that. You know, that way you're not looking at ads. I serve up 3 minutes of ads on Twitch. I wish I didn't have to, but it's how I protect people from pre-roll, and I get the ability to get up and stretch for myself. It serves a lot of different purposes. But I promise if we all take a collective break together, it will pass much faster than you think. Let's go ahead and not pause this for too long. Right. Okay. Great. There we go. All right. But once those 3 minutes are up, and there will be a timer on the screen for to indicate the ad break and that it's going on. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. Oh, this one's much faster. Oh, okay. And poison again. You know, we'll pick. I'll return to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I just withdrew some money from my PayPal account. And I had to laugh, good sir. It gave me 2 withdrawal options. 1, withdraw in minutes, no fee. 2, withdraw in 2 to 3 days. Fees may apply." Yeah, that is kind of funny when they allow you to instantly withdraw your money at no charge. But to withdraw in a reasonable time frame, it does take you quite a bit of money. We'll pick right back up on that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Oh, and I just lost an earmuff. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you, good sir. I will, however, have to head off now as I'm feeling quite tired and want a cup of tea before I settle down to sleep. No worries, Mr. Jason. Happy to have you here for any length of time, of course, good sir. Was a pleasure having you, as always. Please do take care of yourself. Stay safe out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls or anywhere else anytime. I do hope I see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, you know, please do take care of yourself out there. You know, especially given the conversation we've had today, just in general. Okay. Now, please do rest and enjoy your tea. Now, I know that there was a chest that had opened up during the Craven's Advance encampment. That can't be the only one, right? Never mind. Let me adjust the name there. Okay. Craven's Advance is logged. Now, I am a little concerned that I will not be able to have enough flasks for what is about to come. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Please tell me there is a... Yeah, okay. I think with 4, I can probably do it. My apologies for not having been live on Monday or Tuesday. Sleep schedule from... being a maladjusted sleep schedule, I should say, from my client job last week. And also, sudden onset of nausea. That was fun. You know, not fun, but... Okay, you're gonna jump. I trust your week has been going smoothly. Since last we talked. All right, get away. We've covered a few we've actually covered several splits. A lot of them have to do with finishing off the plateau in Liurnia, where the Manus Cells Cathedral is. Might be Celis even. Yeah, but the Manus Celis Cathedral, like this general area. And then we've been working either missing areas or encampments in the Lanedale outskirts area. Angie Philosopher says, yeah, been going well. Good. Glad to hear it. Made some progress on the guide. Awesome. Would you say it is relatively close to completion, or not, or you still got a ways to go yet? Just curious. And of course, if you'd rather not say, that's totally understandable. I was just merely trying to grasp whether or not you knew how far along in your work you were. That's all. This feels like a rune bear bait. Oh, okay, never mind. There are a couple of you. Okay, not rune bear bait. That's fine. I think before I attack you. Angie Philosopher says, still gonna take a while. Understandable. Okay, so yeah, that makes some sense. Also depends on your motivation. Fair. Fair. Well, it's really no secret. No, I know. It's just, you know, sometimes when I ask questions like that, I do get the response of, I'm really not interested in sharing, or, you know, it's kind of secret. I can't talk about it. So I guess maybe part of that was me preempting that possible response and being aware of, you know, the fact that some people are secretive about that sort of work. I think I remember you telling me that it wasn't a particular secret with you, just I try to respect people's choice or private choice to not disclose stuff like that. I'm trying to acknowledge and respect people's ability to maintain secrets and not ask for things that are not necessarily my business, right? I guess that's kind of a weird place to be in when you're asking someone, you know, a question like that. I'm trying to strike that balance between satiating my curiosity and respecting that maybe not everyone wants to talk about that type of thing. And the contrast probably makes the question sound weird. Angie Philosopher says, no, I appreciate it. You really don't have to worry about it. You're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. I will bear that in mind.
Well, I took you no matter it.
All right, let's sell off a bunch of. Actually, I guess before we even sell off runes, hard runes, we gotta fish for more, like red main. Firepower, fire attack power spells and skills. Is that better than... Maybe? That might be better. I mean, it's less stats, but... That's probably better than whatever... Well, I say this, but I have to have a, it has to be a +3. Nothing else will do. Yuck. Great. Love that. Yeah, that's at least a couple of level ups. And if I sell the rest, it'll be a lot more. Or maybe even possibly a couple more, I should say. Yeah, I guess outside of the like run stuff, I'll tell you what I told some other people already, and that is that I have been continually working on obtaining information for making games of certain types, and figuring out what kind of a skill set I'm going to need for game development writ large. A lot of it is math. And let me find this. It's right here. I've been taking notes. Lots of notes. I've been finding dev articles that talk about the stuff. I've been looking into the Godot game engine just a lot more, figuring out what sorts of things will make the workflow better when I go from conceptualizing what I'm trying to make to actually trying to make it. That's been like a huge part of my personal arc these past 15 days is attempting to do something with my life, and game development is what I have chosen to do with it, for better and worse. So yeah, I've been busy too. But Angie Philosopher says, tell me more. What type of game are you planning to make? The quintessential question that everyone wants to know when they ask possible game development oriented questions. I'm going to start with an incremental idle game, like something that is mostly just getting used to the math, implementing good coding procedure when it comes to making games, and less about the assets. Don't have to be that great. They need to be better than typically expected for an incremental idle, but there's a reason why, adventure capitalist and like cookie clicker continue to be like effective idols. They constantly improve themselves. That's where I'm going to start. I'll kind of tell you what I ultimately plan to do, but I want to keep my level of commitment small, because game development is complicated, and also, solo dev, right? There's only so much one person can do if they intend on developing anything, because there's just so many skill sets that one has to learn that it's not funny. One of those skill sets, I just realized that this is too big. I realized that the splits counter is a little bit too big, and that's covering the rune count, and we can't have that. I gotta resize this. I don't know how that got bumped way down, but maybe something like, if I could just get it sized right. Maybe something like this. Part of it might be, the length of the name. So while the folks on Twitch have to endure hell for 20 seconds, I guess my controller must have... Well, actually, it shouldn't have even been a controller. It was on this panel the whole time. I'm guessing I must have punched a keyboard number, and that's probably what did it. Which is kind of how running an ad works. When it's how the Stream Deck is doing it. It's calling a keyboard function. Okay, I need you guys on Twitch to tell me when you're out of ad hell so I can continue. I can keep moving the game, but I don't want to talk until you guys are out of ad hell. Assuming you guys aren't running an ad block or doing something else. Let's at least... Actually, I think this is only going to get 1 level without... No, it's going to get 2. Okay. And we have... Yeah, I probably should bulk up a little bit more in faith. Probably stop that at 46. So I can just natively cast anything that doesn't require 60 faith. 60 or 72 faith. Something like that. 100. Man, how are you expected to get that many residual ashes? Probably the arena down at the bottom, if I had to guess. Let's clean up our equipment while we wait for people to confirm or deny whether or not you guys on Twitch are in ad hell at the moment. I sincerely apologize again for that. I think I probably hit something on my keyboard on my numpad very specifically, and that probably is what caused the erroneous ad to show up. I promise I do not just run ads mid-conversation. That is never and will never be a thing I willingly do. I've had a couple of instances of accidents like that. It always sucks when that happens. I'm always colored surprised when that is happening. Sword of Ninth Flame will just... Skill damage greatly increased shortly after swapping weapons. Oh, this is meant to be the arms master like weapon of choice. I see. But I don't need this. Don't need the Glintstone staff. We don't need the Academy staff either. I think we're good here. Yeah, we're getting rid of all this unnecessary weight. Well, not that this has any weight, but you guys get what I mean. We're getting rid of unnecessary equips that we do not need. Because holding on to them during a run is pointless. Absolutely pointless. Okay, and then we turn the rest into hard runes. And let's get back onto the road. Okay, I think I've given it a few minutes. People should definitely have been out of ad hell by this point. It would be really strange if ads were still playing at this time. So... to go back and finish answering the question, or to answer the statement I made about, I know I already answered the what game I'm planning to make as of right now, which is an incremental idle game. But ultimately, I either want to make like a fighter or like a 3D adventure game. I do want to move into the 3D space. And of course, only time will tell how far along in that journey I will get. I am definitely going to be, wow, deleted. Great. Thanks mod. Much appreciate that. Man, is that what Kick is these days? It's just recycled. Angie Philosopher says 3D adventure game sounds tough for a single person. Yeah, I'm hoping by then, you know, I will have been able to move to like maybe a small like group where that could be like more directly like delegated out. Yeah, that was the word I'm looking for. Delegated out. Because I can tell you I might be able to handle the code okay. Art and music is going to be its own challenge. I have been looking into the music side of things at least a little bit. There's actually a I'd have to go back through my YouTube history and find it, but there are programs that let one code music directly using a combination of like samples and a sound library in both a C++ or C# and a Python base. I know there are at least 2 programs where you can code music, and if I learn the fundamentals of that, I may be able to at least do that, like make ambient. Or other some such things. Maybe that's how my family's musical blood will translate over. Will be in not the making or playing of music, but the coding of music. I don't know. That I'm being a little bit haughty and perhaps self-conceited here, so it kind of depends on how well I take to that aspect of making music, and also, you know, finding appropriate CC0 or CC1. Those are the various license numbers for content usable with accreditation or no accreditation required, that kind of thing, or whatever I'm able to generate myself. I don't know. One thing at a time. This is why I said I was starting on the idle game first, because although I still have to do those things, that's like really small. That's a much smaller game concept, and one that doesn't require 50% of what I'm talking about. You know, in order to be like a functional idle game. And, you know, if I can do it without resorting to, you know, AI or anything else, which I already was going to do that anyway, you know, make sure that I hand make everything from top to bottom. But considering how much shovelware there is these days, that may even be like a small bargaining point I can use, is that the game was sculpted or made by human hands. But I'm even getting ahead of myself there. Right now I'm just in the learning stages. I'm coming up with plans, but I have not yet coded anything because I want to have the plan there first. And I know that's the first step in developing anything, is you need to have a plan. You need to know where you're going throughout the entire development cycle. And if you plan and you stick to that plan, then scope creep is not a thing, is not going to be such a bothersome thing. Okay, isn't this where Market the Fell? I think it actually might be on the other side. Let's see if I'm right. Oh no, actually he might be right here. Yeah, I hear something. I heard something. I heard him like pop in. Where is he? Maybe I need to reload this, because this is the first time I would have bumped into the area. Unless he's on the other side, like over here. Yeah, actually, he might be over here as opposed to over there. Scratch that, reverse it.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
Okay. Angie Philosopher says you were at the correct place, but didn't see him either. I heard a noise, which I could only describe as someone or something teleporting. Maybe it's like you know, a random like grafted scion rune bear transformed. Yes, right there. That delayed hit, as always. All right. Oh, I know that was the fake one. Good. Got him. And he wasn't even real. Not even a mark on the map. Feels like he should be, but it's not required. Okay. And the thing I'm simultaneously dreading, but I'm also looking forward to, going back to the thing I actually want to make with the gaming, right? With the game dev, is this neat little mathematical concept called quaternions. For those that don't know what quaternions are, quaternions are essentially what is required in order to map 3D rotation effectively. Because if you don't use quaternions in order to effectively like map the motion of movement in 3D space, what you'll end up with is stuff stretching and distorting. when you attempt to rotate it in real time. Even worse, if you're not careful and you attempt to cheat with using yaw, pitch, roll, like attempting to like manipulate gimbals, the rotational axes in 3D space. You don't try to use quaternions to envision it, or to like map the rotation mathematically first. You could gimbal lock yourself, which is to say, you could accidentally lose a degree of freedom in your rotational movement in 3D mapping. And so understanding how quaternions work can go a long way toward having things be modeled correctly, towards translations and rotations being modeled correctly. And seeing as how I am a crestfallen former STEM major, quaternions are the closest I am probably ever going to get to physics. Ever again. I jest. I have a physics book if I really want to go smell some physics, but like, actually that physics book may come more in handy than I could ever possibly hope to imagine, if I am serious about moving beyond, games that require pure math. Okay, so there's all that. So my guess is, oh yeah, the lake with the boggart guy, I believe, is back there. Yeah, we got some time to go before we get to him. We got a whole bell-bearing hunter and at least one or two, no, maybe one other boss before dealing with him. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at in terms of like stuff I've been keeping myself busy with. Angie Philosopher says, in uni, I'm exposed to electrical engineering that's uncomfortably close to physics as well. Are you thrilled at the prospect or dreading the prospect? Gold skeletal grave warden. No, don't even think about it. No high-flying trapeze acts. Come on. I would find myself struggling to contain my excitement. Yes, I was one of those kids growing up. Oh, okay, so this is an Altus. Okay, I need to let this guy reform. Or, like, get close to reforming. Angie Philosopher says, I mean, I'm kind of done, so whatever. Fair. Fair. I'm gonna have to find another knight. Probably. But I'm sure there'll at least be one more in here. Or somewhere nearby. Yeah, I was always one that, you know, when I was studying biology, so the running joke is that biologists are bad at math, which is absolutely not true. but it is like biology and medicine is where people that tend to be bad at math end up going. It's one thing to be okay at like specifically useful math, but the joke is almost always, you know, biologists are better at remembering what things look like or how things smell than actually remembering math. So even among biologists, even among like those studying to be biologists, I was always the weird one. Like, I liked math. The sentry's torch lights the road to the capital. No black knife shall pass the twin sentinels. Oh, you mean, although no black knife is passing the twin sentinels, we gotta kill them anyway? Yeah.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
I definitely want the perfume bottle. I do not think we need anything else. Yeah, everything else is like strictly not necessary. We can like move on now. I am going to check the top of this. But yeah, you know, math is such a critically important thing. It's not funny. It is literally the basis of history. And by that, I don't mean like the scribing and logging, but a lot of technical advancements were made with math. So people in the sciences and the technologies should hold a high degree of respect. They don't necessarily have to like math, but I do think there should be a good, healthy degree of respect for math. Because without it, the field would not be nowhere near as developed as it was. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. I trust you've been resting well. And yes, I can see that you're on your phone. Also, hi. Me and Angie Philosopher just kind of been talking about lots of seemingly unrelated things. Well, not they tangentially connect to each other, but we've been drifting from one subject to the next. Not really too much more to say than that. I was about to say, there's no shot there's a rune piece up there. See, this kind of looks safe. I'm gonna crouch just in case. Forgive me. I am going to be right back temporarily while I go get myself a new drink. My previous one is all warmed out and watery. This should take no more than 30 seconds. I'm not even going to run an ad for this, but I will be back as soon as I reasonably can be. See you guys in just a minute. Thank you for the redemption. Nabbit, I need to recenter the text on that. Cool. I'll take a drink with what I have, and then, you know, thank you for the redemption. And I will be back with a fresh, ice-cold drink. See everyone then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back with a nice cold one. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. Mr. Jason says that was perfectly timed. Too true. Just as Mr. Coin held the cup up. And then you go on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, I've just realized. What's that, Mr. Jason? What's that, good sir? Well, while that conversation is cooking, we're gonna keep moving. We've made it actually through a fair number of splits today. I'd like to continue the trend of making it through a couple more. Okay, so far so good. I know there is a guy out here. He's not a bell-bearing hunter. He's something else. Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, the bell-bearing hunter should be here at night. Mr. Jason says, with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, a new generation of players can be repetitively told to listen. If you know, you know. Indeed, they can. But the question is going to be, how much or how little are... Okay. That is... Yeah, I'm definitely going to back up there. How much or how little are they going to tweak that, though? They might be repetitively told to listen, but... Okay, you're going to shoot a ghost flame that builds up cold. Yeah, I do in fact know. Hey, listen. That probably was not a call to mimic that, but that's what my sibling would have done. I know exactly what they would have said there. Winged crystal tier. I'm sorry, what? I knew that was there, but still, I definitely know there's like another like large skeleton. And I'm pretty sure I'm in the right ballpark to see him. Mr. Jason says, I think that we should have a, hey, listen. Sound redeem for the channel. You know, that does sound like a good idea, Mr. Jason. I'm a little worried that someone might take to spamming it. You know, kind of like, we have had a couple of individuals ask to spam the forbidden number in chat, and it might get very annoying. Spamming the forbidden number is already kind of annoying. Never mind people spamming, hey, listen, I'd have to put a cooldown on that. Probably is the answer to that. Like a cooldown of like 5 seconds. So that people aren't spamming it all willy-nilly. I don't know. Come on, no rune piece for that. Video game. I hate not being rewarded for parkour. I suck at that. I jest. I'm jesting. I'm like okay at it. I mean, I say I'm bad at it, but I can handle Prince of Persia, Tomb Raider just fine. The real issue is, you know, something like Mario platformers. Those almost always get me. He says while people have asked him to play Super Mario Odyssey, and you know, thus there are somewhat new concerns that my skills might runneth out before I collect all the 880 power moons, and thus when I fail to do this, I you know, I might throw in the towel like unexpectedly. What? Okay, I mean, if they're just gonna kind of go do their own thing, that is completely fine. Okay, so there's that one. I must definitely be like missing something. Mr. Jason says, speaking of sound redeems, good sir, did I tell you that Mr. Jason like really likes that wonderful one that is that the good sir Mr. Rasby suggested, that is exclusive to me, that everyone can use? Yes, you haven't in fact told me numerous occasions about the Godfather check-in, which, you know, are you going to check in yourself, Mr. Jason, using that at some point? It is 1 channel point, precisely 1. I made all the check-ins cheap because the entire purpose of them is nothing more but to it's to make sure that Twitch does not think you're a bot or something. Not that I think they would. Thank you for the check-in, good sir. Not that I think they ever would assume you're not human, because you type a lot. Most bots usually prefer, like I say, most bots usually prefer to spam messages as opposed to typing novel form essays. And even among the ones that do type novel form essays, they kind of break down at the end. They break down in the end. I hear something. I don't know what I'm hearing. Okay, I'm hearing skeletons like rise out of the earth. Ah! I was wondering when I might find one of you. There we go. I needed that codex entry. Mr. Jason says, I absolutely agree, good sir. I am not a bot. Beep boop, beep boop. Yep, no bots. No bots allowed. No clankers. No offense to the sentient AI that may or may not be among us. I mean, we don't really have any artificial general intelligence to worry about. We are getting there, and I'm not talking about LLMs. LLMs like ChatGPT or Claude are glorified autocomplete with extra steps. They're affirmation machines. They do not do much else. I'm talking about the stuff that mathematicians you are using in order to study AI with. I digress. We're gonna have to sit and wait here, folks. But we can change up our equipment a little bit to make room. Might as well spend these 5 minutes, passing the time, because the bill-bearing hunter only comes out at night. And I think the worst part of it is the AI bot crackdown, right? Is it's not really designed, like, it hurts the people working honestly more than the AI bots.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so incredibly much. We do take commercial breaks around here. I'm pretty okay, cool. I think, let's see, 12 and 2. Yeah, okay. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. We have the final one coming up in 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes roughly from now. I highly encourage those that don't have an ad blocker or are using like Twitch Turbo or something like that to get up and stretch and take a break for themselves. I do the same thing. At the top of the hour, because there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that signals how long the ad break is and how many minutes of ads are serviced up to the general audience. I always recommend that people get up and stretch during these. I script these breaks specifically so people don't feel the need to have to use Twitch Turbo, or they don't have to sub to me for $6 a month unless they like my work, unless they like what I do. That said, I'm no one's boss. Spend the time however you want. Once those 3 minutes are done, so at 4:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, once those minutes elapse, the commercial break will be well and truly over. I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off before. Yeah, I'm a little worried, going back to like a previous statement made earlier, I'm a little worried that if I put in a command or a soundboard redeem like, hey, listen, if I do not like, it's a catch-22. If I put safeguards on so it's not spammable, people will get upset because it's not spammable, because that's what people want to do, is spam soundboard and be obnoxious with text to speech. That's a whole different can of worms that I don't have. I kind of wish I did. I'm sort of glad I don't, because if there's something that people really like more than soundboard, it is text to speech. People love, as it turns out, putting like jazz, like sultry jazz, or Mater from Cars, or those sorts of effects onto their texts to be read out loud. People really like that stuff. It's obnoxious, but people do like that stuff. I'm worried people might be obnoxious without the appropriate safeguards. And if there are the appropriate safeguards, then I'm also worried people will say, why bother? Oh, okay, I think I caught that sneeze. No one should have heard a thing. But you guys have been an awesome audience today. You know, even as our time together is winding down during this like last hour, I sincerely want to thank people for hanging in there with me. You know, as we've had a rocky week, and I lost 2 days to a combination of health and like adjustment from my client job. I hope I don't have to start taking an extra day off when I am on client jobs, just to like counterbalance against needing to recalibrate my sleep. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I had quite the sneezing fit. Just could not stop sneezing, as it may be detectable in my voice. I may be a little bit more stopped up than usual for a bit. Okay. Time still passes, so gotta rest until... Actually, I have to rest until night anyway. So let's do that. And let's get back to it. I do hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay and the commentary today. You know, even despite the couple of bots that were spamming, you know, advertisements for best viewers on Kick, or, you know, streaming to 0, all that fun stuff. Yeah, you know, not great things for bots to say, but what else is new? Anyway, it is bell-bearing hunter time, so you guys know what that means. You know, I'll see you guys after the boss fight. You're gonna start pulling your sword like mid-maneuver. Ha! Oh, the duck is great. Don't teleport back. Come over here. This should be pretty easy. Especially if he stands there trying to use his blade that way. The bell-bearing hunter has become the bell-bearing hunted. Alrighty, so we have that one. I think our Deathbird friend might be... Oh, it's also at night, and it's over here. Might as well keep on the same set for that. And it's a regular old, you know, Deathbird as well. Dak nabbit, video game, stop it. Fine, I will just... Like... Go to the round table hold and like sell runes, pass the time and come back. Holy crap. Holy guacamole. Just stop raining on my parade. I hate when the game does that. In fairness, I would probably wish the game did it more with the lightning build if I ever did such a run. If I ever did do a run of that nature. And, you know, I wouldn't care otherwise. It is specifically because fire is disadvantaged in rain. When nothing else is. There are no other bits of weather that impose a disadvantage. And it really, really, really sucks. It's the hardest. Actually, the hardest would probably still be holy because of the nature of the spells that are being cast. But fire is considered like one of the hardest things in Elden Ring Reforged to like do a challenge run with in terms of like the spells. It's also kind of a one note, like a one note. I'm 10 off. I'm 10k off. Is there any way I could like fix that? Not really, but I guess for now we should turn in the bell bearing, the bell bearings. And then we can go from there. Yep, all that's squared away. There's got to be something I could sell that's worth the time. Maybe the spellproof liver. I don't know. I guess I could sell like the old smithing stones we don't need, because we only need 3 of them per tier. Yeah, that actually ought to cover a level up right there. And then after that, I don't think we need any more faith, art, or arcane. So it's kind of a toss-up between mind, vigor, and dexterity. Might be I want more health. Maybe. Not 100% sure. I'm willing to bet we also have a codex reward. If it feels like we should. No, we do not. Okay. Then in that case, you know, back to business. We've made good progress today. We've made incredible progress today, actually. You know, I was expecting to get stuck at like, I don't know, the Onyx Lord or any one of the newer encampments I'm not familiar with. I expected to get stuck there, but we didn't. There's always still the opportunity to get stuck at like, I don't know, Gnarl or you know, a different boss. East Capital Waterfront. Oh, right. When we took a warp we weren't supposed to. Yeah, that's when we saw it. That's probably gonna crop up at least at some point. So let's see. Where is our friend the death? I think the Deathrite bird is at the grave in the corner. Cool, and the rain of fire took out the other one. Ooh, maybe it's at that giant grave up there. And in which case, I want to make sure I've knocked out the, like, snake, skull, snake snail things. Yeah, that's probably what I want to do. There we go. Okay, it's got to be up here. It's got to be like this one. Okay, no combat noises. Good. Always love to hear the lack of combat. Okay, so it's got to be at like the corner there. There's no way it's at a different part of the map. Yeah, here it is right here. This one moves fast. Oh, don't start strafing around. Bye-bye. No focus required. Oh, now that that's finished, let's make our way over to what would probably be the next couple of spots. No, like I said, just run. Is that a... No, that's not a Spirit Spring Hawk. Although the white banner kind of like made it look that way. No, it's just the way the banner looked in comparison to the terrain. Okay, so far so good. Wow, lots of rune pieces in like the immediate area. Incredible. Okay, we did unlock it. Good. Good. Death-serving omen. Is that worthy of a split? Maybe? Yeah, because it's like a unique codex entry, and you don't really see that or spot that too much. Okay. Let's keep cracking. I'm sure there's a rune piece back here. Has to be. This particular section was just known for having rune pieces tucked into the shadows. Ah. I wonder what it was like placing all these. You know, like, I wonder what the thought process behind placing them was. Was it as simple as just place in some randomly determined spot? Or, you know, is there something more? Was it a seated approach or something else altogether? It's the things that make a man think. It's the things that make a man think, you know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. There are two of these suckers. I gotta watch out. Okay, there's one. I'm gonna mine the second one. Oh, don't get caught up in that. Good sir, you should know not to shoot. You had a guy at your feet. You should have kept trying to stomp. That would have worked a lot better for those purposes, but I digress. That's got to be a freaking rune bear. No shot that it's not a rune bear in that position. It would be perfect. Just a lone bear out in that spot. Yeah, got actual factual rune bear. And then back up here. Wow, just I'm feeling good about the progress we're making. I feel great about it, actually. I don't feel like I don't feel like things could have gone that much better compared to you know, say if we had done this right from the get-go on Monday instead of Wednesday. I don't feel like being on time would have changed that much, personally speaking. But you never know with this type of thing. I gotta mind the crabs, because where there's one death blighted crab, there will surely be more. How? Okay, I was like, surely not. And oh, no, I thought I heard a big one. There are no big ones yet. I definitely feel like there should have been one by now, though. Maybe like over here. Yeah, I thought so. Nice. Yuck. And be actually very careful with the blood boon there. All right, hello, Boggart.
What are you looking you again, is it? Perfect bloody timing, Ashley. I got crab, cooked up fresh.
Boiled crab meat. A prime specimen of plump, moist meat. True connoisseurs know how to keep from over-salting. Greatly boosts physical damage negation for a short duration. Unlike the prawn sold, this truly is crab. It's delicious. Yeah, so like this is crayfish. This is crab. I'll buy crab.
Wait, there's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses them. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me. He's a killer. Kills people. And curses the souls. Does all sorts of shit to the corpses. To keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ever been more scared than you. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that. To my friend.
There it is. The reason why you never pick the Dung Eater ending, ladies and gentlemen. You never worship the doo-doo caca. You just never do that. Gross. Yucky. Absolutely not.
Never met someone with a taste for crab I couldn't trust. You've got a real thing here, eh? And it's only getting better.
Are we sure about that, fam?
Because tits. You must be hungry.
Nope. Absolutely not. I'm not. I am not hungry. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I don't know what you're talking about. Guy just up and says America's tits. Come on now. That's so crass. I guess I shouldn't complain. No, I did not mean to mark that. Well, I suppose first things first. We got to deal with we got a date with the devil. Maybe at some point we could take like the more minor ones off the splits, but like the whole point is that we're supposed to be doing all the content, and that does in fact mean nice. The regular rune bears, we're not gonna like handle that statue. Guaranteed. It's like a regular rune bear. It's gonna be an issue. Rune piece around the backside? No. What about on the cliff over here? No. Because this would be too easy. There's Sir Runebear right there. Also, nabbit, it's raining again. Bye. Okay. Now to figure out, now the fun part, figuring out whether the main tomb or the side tomb contains the contains gnarl. Also, I definitely did not do the bit with the statue, which I probably need to do. Let's unlock both of these. Okay. Go ahead and store those. All right, so we're gonna need to lead the rune bear. Assuming that's not one-time use, we're gonna need to lead the rune bear over to that statue. Oh, this is an ERR boss. We can just look it up. Assume it's gnarl. Yeah. There's still nothing. Ick. Okay. Time to delve into the Discord. Oh. Right. The Draconic Sentinel outside of he's actually up here. I thought he was somewhere else. No, he's up there at the entrance. Okay. And if I'm lucky, yep, here, these raisins. Let's show them the meaning of speed, torrent. A torrent of speed? Hee. That might be a little bit, too on the nose for a joke. Titan Warrior. That's different. I think this is an NPC invader. So I have to eyeball him. Also, this one would have been moved down there. Okay, let's do this. Well, that was easy. Where's the staples button when you need it? All right. Hard runes time. And we're going to trust that we bump into the health regen or FP regen naturally and not worry about that particular little bump in the road quite so much. There is no shot. Oh my god, yes. You can actually gallop up here. Incredible stuff. Was it worth it? Only one way to find out. No. No, it was not. That's fine. I'll take a death there. I think Gnarl will be a good capstone for today's stream, you know, assuming it goes well. And I'm not, like, mucking it up somewhere nearby. let's do this thing. Let's capstone off with something good for today. Something exhilarating for the day even. And hopefully we can work on ways to not have that +1 death later. But you guys know what time it is. It is boss time. I will see you guys on the other side of said boss fight. Bang. Just like that. Exactly like that. Molto bene. Okay, so we are not at the Rune Bear, but either at the Duelist or at the Crucible Knight duo. I want to say that this tomb contains the Crucible Knight duo, and so this one is going to contain the tomb. You guys have been great. I am gonna go ahead and call it early. I know, my apologies. I do apologize for that. But I need to check in with a few things that have come up since the stream has, started from 11 a.m. onward. There are a few things that have cropped up that I do probably need to take care of. Incidentally, my left shoulder is also hurting. Not screaming or crying, but I do feel some pain in that shoulder, so that is probably a good sign to stop for the day. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me, as quiet as it has been. Sometimes we need days like that, where it's quiet, or, I appreciate the enthusiasm at the start of stream and everything. You guys have been amazing. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. So no real runs yet. We have a long way to go before it's over, because we got the DLC too. But we'll be back at this again tomorrow. You know, and hopefully we'll probably wipe phase 2 Ordovis quite a few times. Ordovis was hard, and the lead up into Ordovis was also hard because it's the Oriza tombs. They both suck for entirely and explicitly different reasons. I'm trying to think if there's anything else important. Yeah, that's probably my goal, is to get to conquer Ordovis, and then like past that, I believe the Red Wolf of the Champion probably got this. That was probably way earlier on, but I will figure that out sooner rather than later. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do, and for those of you on Kick, let me go ahead and type a little targeted text here. For you guys on Twitch, feel free to check underneath the video player. For you guys on YouTube, it should be at the bottom of the description. My Discord, my social media, and other stuff is all in the link tree. Please do feel free to fiddle around and check it out. I'd love to have you on the Discord, of course. I also have a backup Stoat server. It's not quite ready yet, but it's got like the basic bells and whistles. I do need to reconfigure it for the current version of how the server is, but I digress. You know, that will eventually get done, among the 50 other things I have to do. You guys are the best. My name is Coinstamp. Please do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. I will see you guys in the next one. And with that, farewell and goodbye.